We are live. Richard, nice to see you again, my friend. Haven't seen
Jannie,
you for some time.
You too, my fellow South African.
How was your weekend?
Yeah, it was nice and relaxed actually. Didn't do too much. Kids had some soccer on the weekend. That went well. Had a nice little barbecue, braai, as we call it in South Africa. Yeah, enjoying the last bit of warm weather, I suppose.
Yes, it's definitely getting chilly. Oh man, I'm not looking forward to this winter. I'm not a winter person.
Same here.
Because we don't. It's not the same like in the UK or in Europe for that matter, where they've got gas heating, and we are our properties are built for the summers. So in the winter, it's the worst time ever. Robert, nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you, Robert. Jannie in the early AM. Well, it's actually late where I am, but yeah, it's the early session. Yeah, but you're in Cape Town, right?
I'm in Cape Town. We've had some really awesome weather, but you probably know what the weather's like here in winter. Very rainy, windy, cold.
Yes, yeah.
But it's definitely turning. This week doesn't look that great.
Well, it's still a beautiful place of the world, that's for sure. I'm here in concrete jungle, Gauteng. So,
but I grew up outside, so I know all about
that. All right. Let's get going. I'm going to share my screen, which I already have done. This is the NASDAQ. Okay, we are pushing higher. We did break this resistance level, so we are trading to the upside, and this 200 EMA could potentially be the next resistance area. So we'll see. Well, there's another 14 minutes before the markets open. So if I look at my the smaller time frames on Motive Wave, we definitely look at the 1 hour time frame here. We are pushing. We've been breaking this. It's been struggling. This is pre-market. It's been struggling to break that resistance. On the half an hour, we are heading towards this resistance on the half an hour time frame. So a little bit of caution there. And on the 15-minute, we did break out. So it's definitely looking like a bullish day. It's just this half an hour time frame that I'm a little bit concerned about. I would like to just clear that resistance level. But the market's not open, so there's no decisions to be made right now. And I don't trade the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to get the first 15 minutes out of the way. And sometimes that does bite me because I think it was last week. Let me show you quickly. Where was that? Yeah, right here. See that? Right? It just, the first 15 minutes was just a massive push to the upside.
Yep.
And then I had to wait like, I think 45 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, to finally get an entry that matched my criteria, which is, if the bias is very clear on the longer time frames, like the 15-minute, half an hour, and the 1 hour, then I want to trade a breakout and a retest or a support level on the 1 minute time frame in the same direction of the bias. But at the open, when it just kind of pushes up in one direction and it doesn't come down, you have to sit and wait for some time.
Yeah, it happened to me last week a few times as well on the NASDAQ and on the ES. You can never say, right? It's like, but generally, it's better waiting for.
Yes, definitely. It's definitely generally better because it looks like it wants to go in one direction and then it just reverses and does the opposite. And that usually happens right at the open. So so when you sit out for the first 15 minutes, that does mean that when it does just move, you're going to miss out. But that's the exception, not the norm, right? It doesn't just break out from the open. If that happens most of the time, I'll definitely adjust my strategy accordingly, but that's not the case. Okay, that's
the resistance level there on your, is that the 30-minute chart? Just below 19,600.
This one, that's the 19,588, something around there,
just below that round number.
Yes,
and the 4-hour chart.
And also yesterday's high. That is where this resistance is coming from. It's yesterday's high, so it's going to have to break out of yesterday's high and close outside of yesterday's high on, say, at least a half an hour before I'll get interested. Because, as you know, previous days, Highs, definitely, they resistance areas. So
Yeah.
I'll just stand back and wait for that. So we'll see what happens. Another 11 minutes. That will give me enough time to quickly go through the other markets.
Gotcha.
So that's the NASI. And then on the pound US dollar, I have a bearish bias, but I'm waiting for this 1.336 level. We came pretty close to it, this 12 o'clock candle. Well, we're in different parts of the world. The previous closed candle on the 4 hour came pretty close to it. I think the high there was 1.335. I need 1.336, so it's not quite there yet. And when it does get to that level, I will wait for a rejection candle on the 4 hour time frame, nothing smaller. Okay, because this, I'll just quickly explain what's going on here for those of you who missed it on different sessions. If you look, I'm going to go to the half an hour. If I zoom out here, you see that resistance level there at the top? That is the weekly high. So it's a weekly resistance level. So if I go to the weekly, maybe you'll just see it better if I do that. See, that's the weekly high. We get this really big V shape, if you like. So that is that's the resistance level. Okay, so 1.34344 to be exact on this chart anyway. So if you go back to smaller time frames, now typically when you get to resistance levels, that is where you want to make sure that you get confluences on smaller time frames that price action is likely to move away from it or potentially going to break through. But yeah, on the pound US dollar, if I go to the 15-minute time frame, you can see that's a very clear double top with a weekly resistance just above it, and we broke that neckline. And we can see exactly the same thing on the half an hour time frame as well as on the 1 hour time frame. Very clear double top, and we broke the neckline. So now I'm waiting for price to go and retest the neckline. That's what I'm waiting for.
Gotcha.
That's what okay.
Took a while, but yeah.
Yeah, it's still, but look, we've been in a range for some time. Okay, this is 4 hours at 4 hours a pop. That's 4 hours, right? All these candles. So we are getting close to that. And when we do get to that level, then again, I'm going to wait for price action to reject. So I want to see a very clear reversal candle on the 4 hour, nothing smaller. Okay, nothing smaller than that, because this could potentially be a pretty nice move. Going lower to, well, first of all, the first stop or the first border control kind of stop is the 1.32 level. But this is a pretty weak support level, okay, because we already had price playing off it. This is a breakout and a retest, and then we played out right to the weekly resistance, and then we formed those formations, and now we're ranging and retesting that level. It is important to wait for price to reject because it could very easily just go up. Okay, so you want confirmation on price action that it is indeed finding resistance at that level of interest. Remember, level of interest, support resistance levels, that's just where you're going to start to pay attention to price. And that's what we're doing, Okay, so if we get to the 1.336 level, then again, on the 4 hour time frame, if we can reject off there, we could potentially go all the way to the support level, 1.301. Okay, that is the daily time frame. See that this level over here, that little camel's kind of hump, right there. That is a very strong support level, and just above that is the 50% Fibonacci retracement level. You can see I drew the levels from the low to the high there. Okay, so those are your levels of interest. So for now, definitely short right to those levels, and then look for a long. This could potentially be a very nice trade. So I just quickly want to show you again I haven't showed it in this session yet, but on the weekly time frame on the dollar index, we have this is the weekly time frame. We have the support level. Now, last week on the Monday, we just kind of broke through, and it looked like we're not going to see this reversing. But it did reverse, and it formed a pretty strong hammer candle right on the support level. So the likelihood for this to retrace is definitely in play, right? The probability is much higher for this to retrace compared to the probability of this just crashing right now, okay? Because of that plays that plays or that kind of fits really nicely with what we see on the pound US dollar, because if the dollar index retraces or pulls back, then that makes sense in terms of what we see, what we can see on the pound US dollar, for this to also come down. Okay, but your timing is going to be very important here. You're going to have to wait for that 1.336 level. And you can see we've got, like, this is the 5th bullish candle in a row. So it's looking this Monday. Maybe we'll get it later today, maybe tomorrow. But set your alert for that level, and then make sure price rejects away from that level, and that will be your entry. Okay. Any questions? Does that make sense? Robert, are you there, my friend? Are you working? I don't know. Hope that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. So
good game.
So that is. Yeah, so staying out right now, obviously, just like, trading off key levels, that's really where the probability is at its highest. So that's the pound US dollar. Bitcoin is still trading at a resistance level. I don't know if you know, Richard, but I got Robert, I am here. I'm getting set up for trades. Oh, yeah, on the NASDAQ. Must be the NASDAQ. But I got a really beautiful trade on Bitcoin right to the 94,000 level. That's where I took profit. Yeah, and I went short, and I was trying to target this level. Only went halfway, couldn't get it, went up. So I'm like, okay, that's it. No more Bitcoin trades for now. You see, this resistance level here is. I'll just zoom out, and then maybe I'll go to the daily time frame. Just zoom out a little bit there. Okay, why is it so high? It's supposed to be there. Okay, you see the high of that candle. That is the resistance. So we at a resistance level right now. This is the worst place to get into a trade.
Yeah,
because it can very easily just pull back, or it can break out. But the probability is more or less equal. So you're going to struggle to find an edge. Based on where we are trading.
Let price tell you what it wants to do, right? Some sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like the best thing to do right now is for Bitcoin just to do whatever it wants to do. Does it want to break out? Great. We'll take the retest. Right. So if it does break out, we can just wait for it to come back to this level, and then wait for price action to confirm again that it is reversing back to the upside, and then you can take it. But right now, no, it's not a good time to do anything right now. Not right now. We haven't really. Yeah. Yes. That's the best thing to do right now. But if you look at the Bitcoin on the weekly time frame, let me just delete all these lines. Yeah. See, we so many lines. So obviously we started the new week. So we are now in the new week. We had a little lower wick. But we haven't broken that resistance that you can see is exactly the same resistance on the smaller time frames that I just showed you on the floor. That is that level. So we'll see if it can break out and come back. But it looks good for Bitcoin. It definitely looks good for Bitcoin if you were to hold it for the longer term. I don't think it's a bad idea to hold on to your Bitcoins over the long term. But right now, if you want to enter for more like shorter term trading, like for a couple of days, maybe a week, it's not a good spot. Okay, so not right now. So just have to wait a little bit for that. And the NASDAQ is going to open in 2 minutes. Then we'll have a look and see if we can find some opportunities there. Ladies and gentlemen, we can take big risks and take those trades.
No, you're not.
No.
On the NASDAQ, for sure. I mean, that looks really bullish.
Yeah. Let me go back to this 4-hour chart. Yeah. It's definitely, but it already had a pretty strong run. So yeah, right now it's just going to wait. You are getting these higher lows, but yeah, it needs to just kind of break out because this can also very easily just kind of move back down to this low and then make a higher low or a lower high rather, and then retrace to this level. It's too many scenarios. it's not like it's like I have this belief that if you look at a chart, then you should only have 2 scenarios, not 7 or 5 or right. It could do this, it could do that, it could range, it could break out and go, it could do like you're saying nothing. You're saying nothing. You might as well just keep quiet, because of course it can do all of those things. You can come up with 100 different scenarios, but you're not really in any any better spot by doing that. 2 scenarios. One, it's going to pull back, right? Second one is it's going to break out. Those are the 2 scenarios. If it breaks out, then we're going to take the retest. If it retraces, then we've got our key levels to look at. So yeah, that's the market just opened. Let's say have a look and see. Okay, we are pushing lower. Oh, what is? I think my pound US dollar alert is triggering. Okay,
that's what I've heard. I've heard a ring there.
Yeah, like I was wondering, like, what's that? Like, oh yeah, okay. So that means we're getting very close to that level.
Gotcha.
Okay. So we are now at 1.33. We are at 1.336. Great. Now we'll see. Now you just like, this is where you start to focus on price action. You don't just enter the trade. You can go to smaller time frames and look at for patterns and that sort of thing. But this is not really, doesn't mean you just enter the trade. Okay. I've already mentioned that what I want to see is I want to see a 4-hour candle rejecting from that level. So I may not get in right now. Okay.
But, so, Jannie, would this be more like for a swing trade type of setup for you? Yeah. So it's not following your shorter day trade type of strategy there on the NASDAQ in any way?
No. No, the NASDAQ is like, I mean, there for like a few minutes. Like No, this is very different. So there's nothing like you can, see, it's a bit, there's a lot of
are you looking for reversal type candles or?
On the 4-hour, yes.
Yeah.
So basically what I need now is I need more price action, right? So I would like this to see some sort of like an inverse hangman, not an inverse hangman, a hammer, like an inverse hammer. Yeah, like a hangman kind of doji almost with a long wick, or an engulfing candle, or something of that, or even an inside candle. So that's what I would wait for on the 4-hour time frame. If you want to trade this intraday, you can probably look for patterns on smaller time frames, which I think you're going to find a little bit difficult to do right now because we keep making higher lows. So really, you need to break at least this low here. You need to break this structure, this higher low structure. You need to break that first, okay, before you can start to look for opportunities.
Okay.
So if you're going to start to try to time the turning point, you are going to overtrade and you are going to get chopped.
That's like trying to pick tops and bottoms. It's always a losing exercise.
Yes. The only exception is if you can see some sort of pattern forming, like a descending triangle, or this very similar to how we've identified this double top. Okay. So we know we've got weekly resistance there. You don't just enter. You don't just enter. Like this didn't even touch the high, but you definitely start to pay attention to price action when you get there.
Yeah.
But now you wait for price action to give you some sort of confirmation that it is reversing. In this case, it was a double top, and there was a really nice move. Okay, this is more like, but this happened, I think, half an hour before the last 4 hours of the New York sessions closed. So that last 4-hour candle.
Yeah.
Price action is typically really slow there. So we did move lower, and then this happened overnight. This was the new daily candle. It just dropped 100 pips, right? So you can still. It doesn't mean you're gonna have to place your stop loss right there and you get a 1-to-1. You can focus on price action here. There you break the neckline, and your stop loss you can be very conservative and place it over there, right? And then you can still catch this is a much shorter term move. But if you want to leave a trade open for like a swing trade, then you're going to have to focus on longer time frames. Yeah. So that's why the 4-hour for me would make sense. So Does that make sense?
It does make sense, 100%.
Okay,
Don't just jump
great.
into trades. Wait for some confirmation.
Yeah.
Don't rush into things. That's
that's
something I
true.
struggled with a lot during the beginning of my trading career. You know, it always comes back to some degree, I find. You know.
Yes, it
you
doesn't
rush
just move in
something,
a
you think you're
straight
going to get
line.
a price, it makes a higher price, and you're anyway completely wrong. Wait for some sort of confirmation.
Yeah,
It's
that is
definitely a sage piece of advice.
Yeah, look, the other thing why you need a very strong rejection of that level is because, I mean, if you just look at price action here, it looks pretty bullish, right? It doesn't look bearish. It doesn't look bearish at all. It looks very bullish. So you have to get confirmation that ties in with the rest of the analysis. So this could just break out or break through, and you just don't get a reversal. Then the trade is off. It's not game on anymore. It's like, okay,
It's hitting at level almost right now. It's nice, strong push up.
Yeah, it's at that level.
Very close.
It's at that. Yeah. So it is going to be important. Yeah. So the actual confirmation of price action is crucial, right? And because it's just a level of interest, and you don't just place a trade just because you at that level. Robert says he just jumps in, and after time, trading from behind. Robert,
I know exactly what that feels like. I've done that quite a lot.
Yeah,
we've all been. The price moves so fast, you know. It's like I'm going to miss it, and then you chase it, and then you get a bad entry, and then it reverses against you, or you don't get in at all, and then you see all the profits you should have made, and all those sort of psychological issues that creep up on you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, one way of looking at it is like, just look at it this way. The one trade is just one trade in an ocean of trades. There will always be more opportunities. I really don't believe in missing out on anything. Like this, there will always be another spot where you can get in.
Exactly.
So,
especially in the markets.
Yeah.
It's not like letting that one go that you should have married. The markets come back for you.
Yeah.
You have many opportunities.
Exactly.
Oh, gosh.
Wow, look at that. Okay, so look at this now. The price failed. The price failed at this resistance area. I'm not sure if you can see it. Can you see it clearly?
Yeah.
Oh no! When I do that, I can't. Okay, so there's the red resistance line. It didn't manage to break out there. The 15-minute is also rejecting, so it's a little bit of a false breakout, and then the 1 hour also struggles now. So we'll see. We've got two closed bullish candles though, but we're gonna have to wait for the first 15-minute candles to close, and then we'll see if we can find anything. Robert, have you placed any trades today yet? That one girl I gave up on. That one girl I gave up. I just make you famous, Robert. There you go. All right. All right. So we'll see. Yeah, let's just wait for the first 15 minutes to get out of the way, and then we can
Can I just quickly switch to my charts?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, let's do that quickly. Look at the S&P 500 versus the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just went down. Is the S&P 500 going to follow? This is just on a 1 hour time frame. Sort of been stuck in a bit of a range here. Again, I don't trade a 1 hour. I use the 5 minutes. And I'll wait for price to enter my trade time window, which spans between 9 and 11. And we can see that we've just taken out. Was this actually? Yeah, that was Friday's high. But it's pretty weird. So look here at the NASDAQ. Did not take out Friday's high. Fell a little short of it. Strong decline. But that might just be a knee-jerk situation with price making its way back up again. Who knows? But anyway, on the S&P 500, since price did take out that high, I would now look for a reversal to the downside for potential trade opportunity. Price did breach that. We got a inverted hammer sort of look here at the moment. Again, this is just a 5 minute time frame, right? So The next thing to do here would be to switch to a 1 minute time frame. Wait for a break of structure, which we've already got here. You can see price been making higher highs, higher lows. Into that high, broke the structure point, pulled right into this fair value gap, and I should be short here already. Damn it. It's not I'm going to see if I can get a little bit of a bounce there. Sell limit, send order. See if I can get filled here. Might be a little bit premature here, but it is what it is. I'm going to place at stop loss above this recent swing here. Do not. There we go. And let's hope we get a move lower. Let's straighten that out of the way a little bit here. Let's get my, on this chart, I don't actually have it nice. What's on risk reward tool? But let's see if I can just use some blocks here for visual aid. We need at least a double away from there. So I'll place my take profit round about here. Again, just a very quick trade. I did get the setup. I had to follow it. It's just the way it works. If you don't follow your setup, price moves in your direction, then you're going to go kick yourself. So,
yeah,
very
for
quick
sure.
trade here. But it looks like we're going to take a stop here. Let's see.
That's what you get with the first 15 minutes, my friend. That's what you get. It looks like it wants to go down, and then it just pulls right back up.
Unfortunately.
That's all right.
What is the NASDAQ doing? Also bouncing back to the upside.
Yeah.
But there we go. Very quick trade. Did not work out. Followed the rules. Yep, first 15 minutes. Sometimes actually get the setup at 9. Like you said, things happen a little bit earlier than the first 15 minutes. But, yeah, have to trade a sector. There wasn't really any news in our way to take this trade either today. I think most of the news is happening on Wednesday, right? And then we also have NFP on Friday. But there we go. A little bit of a volatility during the first 15 minutes. Unfortunately, got flushed out there, and now he's pushing to the upside. So I generally would take 2 trades a day. If both are losers, then I'll move to the sideline. So not a biggie. Didn't trade too big of a lot size there. So let's see how things go. I'll just quickly switch to WTI crude before I hand things back to you. Also been stuck in a bit of a range here on the WTI crude, right? I'm on the 1 hour here. I should be on the 5. We have the overnight session high at 63.23, and we have the overnight session low at 62.30. So with this strategy, I need to see one of these levels breached, and hopefully hope for a liquidity sweep, as we call it, right? i.e. a reversal back up after price broke this lower level. I've got other levels to the downside in case prices continues dropping, right? So it's not just about, like Jannie said, you get into a trade when a level gets broken with a strategy. You need to still wait for extra confirmation. In my case, break of price structure, I need to see a fair value gap, retracement into that fair value gap, and then I'll take a trade. Right, so with WTI crude, yeah, either it's sort of stuck in between the upper and lower end of today's current range. So either one of these levels get taken out first, or even lower or even higher, followed by the break of structure reversal. Then I'll take a deeper dive into that and see if we can get another trade going. Right. That was a really nice way to start the week. But
that's all right. That's all right. I'm just looking at
see, for me, the worst thing is like you did not take the trade because you think, oh no, this and this and that. You make up stories, and then price does go in your direction, and then it's a would have, could have situation, which is also really, really sucks.
For sure.
But anyway, back to you, Jannie. If you've got, you seeing anything on NASDAQ there?
Yeah, I'll just explain to you what I'm looking at here. James, it's your first time joining. Welcome, James. Do you think gold may be heading down? Yeah, I'll show you now what I think about gold in a moment. The short answer is yes.
Same here.
But we'll have a look at the chart. So let me just look. Okay, so you see, now this is exactly what we spoke about right at the beginning, the first 15 minutes. Sometimes you'll miss out on the big moves that just immediately takes off, but more often than not, the first 15 minutes will will chop you up. But I don't disagree with you, Richard. That setup there was nothing wrong with that. And like you said, like if it's game on, take the trade. Okay, so what are we seeing right now here on this 1 minute left, less than 1 minute left. Yeah, like 4 seconds. We've got bullish candles on all 3 time frames. Pretty sure you can see on the half an hour. It's definitely breaking through. You've got a really nice strong wick to the lower end. We're breaking out on the 1 minute time frame. So I need a retest. We need a retest of that breakout level. That's when I will be interested in taking the trade. Yeah, that's where you like it, Robert. Yes, that's where you like what? Oh, you mean if it just breaks out? Yeah. It's just for me, it just doesn't happen often enough. Okay, we need a. Oh, sorry. I just want to see if we can get that pullback. Oh, by the way, if you are trading, like if you see these upper bands here, that's the 2 standard deviation VWAP. Many people just look at the 2 standard deviation VWAP and go short. Yes, it is a resistance area, but you need to pay attention to the longer time frames, right? If the bias is long, the 2 standard deviation is likely to fail. Sometimes it will just keep hugging that 2 standard deviation and just keeps going up and up and up. So you need to know. So like in terms of VWAP, the 1 standard deviation is a very good support level that you want to trade off to the upside if the bias is long. What's the bias right now? It's definitely long. Okay. On the daily, we also spoke about the bias is long towards the 200 EMA. But now I just want this thing needs to pull back. If it doesn't pull back, then you're gonna just have to sit and eat your popcorn and watch it go higher, which kind of sucks. So we'll see if that comes down. But yeah, if it can come down, that for me, that is exactly what I want to see. But you look at the 15-minute, it just doesn't look like it's going to stop. So I mentioned yesterday, not yesterday was Sunday. The NASDAQ is typically closed on Sundays most of the time. But if it just takes off, you just have to, it just means like if you stick to what I'm doing here, you just have to wait, right? And you can wait some time. Like I had to wait 45 minutes before I eventually got an entry. I just want to answer James. Do apologize for taking this long to get back to you, but at the same time, I don't want to really miss that trade. But this is gold. Gold. Look at the last 4 days. Okay, this was. I mean, we were in a session when we talked about that. This is the first time when you get a really strong rejection candle of this massive bullish wave on gold. Gold has been ranging to the side for the last 4 days. Obviously, it's trading lower today. I've got this level marked at 3166. I think that's definitely a support level where it can potentially go down to. That is my thoughts. So this is a very brief kind of overview, but that's it's especially like if you look at the dollar index that's about to gain some strength. Let's have a look at the dollar index just quickly. See, it's like, well, it's Monday, so we'll see what happens here. But it's at a pretty strong support level. Gold looks definitely not. If you want to long gold, this is not the time to do it. I'll put it like that. This is definitely not the time to buy gold. You want to wait for key levels. Just identify your key levels, and then you can trade it from there. So I hope that answers your question. I just quickly want to go back to the NASDAQ, and we are now rejecting. Hopefully we can get that support level. So I'm waiting for level 19574.25, roughly around there. It doesn't have to be exact, just close enough, and then the rejection of that level to the upside, then I'll take it. Are we going to get it? Are we going to get it? The first half of the open. You're welcome, James. So yeah, let's look. It definitely looks like it wants to come back. So let me just get that support.
So where would you like to go long?
right here at this. You see, oh, there we go. Okay. What's going on now?
No idea.
Okay, well, this is typically where I didn't expect that. Okay, I'll take the trade there. Okay, so there we go. So we'll see if I get that one. So my stop loss is just below that spike. Don't exactly like it when it spikes like that, but it came pretty close to that one standard deviation VWAP.
Yeah.
See what happens here. And I trade only 2 micros, by the way. 22 micros, 25 point, which is 100 tick stop loss, 100 tick take profit. And then usually I'm in a position to move my stop loss closer. No, this is not going to go.
Jannie, don't trade the first half an hour.
First 15 minutes. Yeah, that was a pretty nasty spike, I have to say.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, let's have a look.
Fingers
but
crossed.
That is fingers crossed. No, I mean, this is exactly how I trade. This is exactly what I wait for, or how I trade. So it's just this little big drop candle was a little bit unexpected, but that's the market now full of those type of trades. So let's see what happens. I trade 2 micros on my 50K account and most of the 5 micros on my 300. Yeah, I know there are people trading minis. It's too big, way too big. You'll definitely get blown up. But you definitely give yourself a lot more room, and it's definitely a lot less stressful if you're just trading.
I love trading the micros as well.
If you're trading,
the only way that you control your position size properly is with the micros, right?
Yeah. So look at if I lose this one, it's $100. If it was a mini, it would be $500. Is a lot more stressful trading that kind of stuff. That size. But okay, just stop me out. Do it, Nazi. Stop me out. Okay, it doesn't want to kind of. All right, so we're rejecting. So no, that's all right. So we're rejecting clearly off yesterday's high. Okay, so that's that level there. But based on all right, Richard, you and me are having the same kind of Monday by the looks of it.
Happy Monday. It's really weird. I was going to show something on my trading view charts, but my trading view is completely gone. It's just loading.
You see,
I don't know if they're having a server issue. My internet seems to be stable.
I'm gonna see if I can. Okay, so we got on the 1 standard deviation VWAP. If this, as long as don't move too far.
If you go long again, where would that be?
Like it will be based on price action, but hopefully it doesn't push too far up. So 9 seconds. We'll see. We'll see if I can take the second one. Okay, so the new candle just needs to break that high. Come on. You see that? So we're bouncing off the 1 standard deviation. That's what I mentioned to you earlier, right? So the 1 standard deviation is a support level, but your bias is important. But now I need to get this new candle needs to break that high. This is just to confirm, but it's not doing it. We could be in for a choppy session.
Looks like it.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then I'll be happy just with that one trade. What's your take, Robert? Have you placed any trades today? You see, we're breaking down. So did find support, didn't manage to follow through on that candle. Yeah, it's going to be I think we're going to be in, look at the 15-minute as well, and the half an hour. We did get to yesterday's high, and then we just rejected. Looked very strong after the first 15 minutes. And if you look at the 1 hour breaking out there, the half an hour looked like it was convincingly breaking that resistance area. That was the level I was waiting for. That's the trades I placed, but this one didn't work. Okay. Yeah, took the right up to get back into profit and taking the short now. Oh, you're taking the short? Where did you take short? The short. Like you need to come on, yeah, mate. All right. So I don't think, just look at the price action here. I think it's a bit dangerous right now.
Yeah, same
I think
here.
it's a bit, just no, don't overtrade.
Yeah, and Robert, hopefully there was a reason for taking a short and not a hunch, right?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like he's having a good Monday. That, very different to our Mondays. Well, it's not a bad Monday. Sure. One little small 2 micro trade didn't work. It's definitely not the end of the world. But all right. So that's the NASDAQ. I think I'm out of the NASDAQ for now. Look at this 15-minute, like really, really like trading, not just rejecting of yesterday's high. It's like literally trading into yesterday's, the previous 15 minutes lowest shadow, which was a very strong bullish candle, by the way. That's a pretty strong bullish candle. Can you see it clearly?
Yeah.
Let me do it like that. Okay. Zoom in a little bit. That's a very strong result. That definitely had me convinced, but it's failing now. So, yeah. And if you look at the price action on the half an hour, you are like right back into this range here. So a bit of choppy action, I think, that we can expect. Oh, Robert, you got in at 19,560. 95.60. All right. Okay. I know what you're doing, Robert. I know what you're doing. You're taking the opposite trades. Whatever we say, you do the opposite. That's what you're doing. All right. Okay. Well, I think the NASDAQ is going to be dead for now. It's not going to be a good idea to trade this right now, for me anyway. Let's have a look at what the pound US dollar is doing.
I'm still struggling to get my trading view chart up here, but anyway.
All right. So the 4 hour on the pound US dollar. Okay, we're trading above that level. There's definitely no sign on the 4 hour of any rejection. So that means it's not going to happen today. We'll have a look tomorrow and see, because it's obviously just this 1 4 hour candle that needs to close. And then the next 4 hour candle will be the last 4 hour candle for the day. You waited to see how it reacted at the pause. It came down, came back above, then back down, tried to come back, and then short that resistance. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right, so, but yeah, the pound US dollar, definitely right at the level of interest. Okay, pay attention to the pound US dollar. If it just breaks into this range here, stay away from it. But if it rejects off this level, you want to take it, ladies and gentlemen. You want to take it. You want to take it. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah. See, now this is the point of control. Wow, that's a really strong rejection. But it's not enough. It's not enough for me to go short or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just kind of just took out the first 15 minutes open. But the half an hour looks really bearish, and that the 1 hour definitely as well with that long wick. Yeah. But you never know. Maybe in the second session, or maybe in this session a little bit later, something will become clear. We'll wait and see. See, we're at the support level right now, but the bias is not playing ball. Yeah, the bias is not playing ball. So
yeah, that's a pretty strong drop there.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong sell-off. There's no news events today either, is there?
No.
I think it's pretty thin on the news event side of things. There's something on the there's an election in Canada, but that's the federal election rather. Federal election. Yeah. See, that support level is not holding. It doesn't agree
obviously
with the
same
bias.
drop you're seeing here on the S&P 500. According to my setup, I've got opportunities, but price is dropping so fast and they're extremely far away from where I want to trade.
So why don't you just quickly
all over the show? Can I share it quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So there we got the. Is it showing? Yeah.
Yeah.
The ES above that level. Remember, got in a bit prematurely. Yeah. Price went up, moved lower again. This is now on a 1 minute time frame. Already switched to that. Previous price structure point. And this also formed around about the same level that previous structure point I was looking at. Just got broken about 3 minutes ago or so. You can see that there's quite a few fair value gaps that formed prior to that breakout.
Yeah.
So this is where the subjectivity can come in sometimes. Which one do I take? You know, obviously the higher it moves, the better. But I think I'll be willing to take a trade, another stab at this if we can see price move into this fair value gap here. I prefer to see these fair value gaps form prior to a breakout of the previous price structure point. But there was a couple up here, and then this one sort of right in the middle of that breakout of that previous price structure point. So maybe a retest of that sort of area could suffice as a short entry if we get it. But, you know, we've seen recently how strong these markets can just move in one direction, right?
Yeah, like I think on the NASDAQ as well, we do have confirmation now on all 3 time frames for a very short-term bias. So the breakout on the 1 minute is now in play. So if I can get a retest on that level, I'll take that one as well. I basically allow myself, like on days when things don't go my way, I'll go maximum 3 losses and that's it.
Yeah.
But it's only two micros, so that's fine.
All right, I'm taking a sell limit order there. I'm going to go in the middle of that fair value area just because we got that previous low here. So maybe this whole area could act as a little bit of resistance should price move into it. For this, I'm going to place my stop around about 5533. But let's see. As soon as I get into that trade, actually, I can just do that now. Let's go in the middle here. Again, this is a waiting order, guys. It's not. I'm not jumping into this right now.
Oh, you're just placing a pending one.
Pending.
Right. Pending.
Oh, goodness. Where is this thing gone now? But anyway. I have to be a bit more patient. Yeah, let's go around about there. And potentially take profit at the break of this previous level. Around about here.
Okay.
5508. And there it disappears again, you little shit.
We are back at that resistance level. I will start to look just how it behaves there. Maybe we can take a short.
So let's see. We can get a little bounce retest of that zone, hopefully get short. And if I take a loss here again, then that's it for me today, unfortunately.
Yeah, same here. I'm like interested right now.
I also agree, Robert. Definitely. There have been very strong moves to the upside. So any decline now I wouldn't say would be welcome, but definitely expected.
Yeah. Okay, so let's. You are also waiting. Like I think we're both waiting now for pretty much exactly the same thing. So we're getting that pullback.
Yeah. You want to quickly show us where you want to get short?
Yeah, sure. I just want to see we're at that retest level. See, that is the resistance it broke out of, and now it's retesting it. We do have bearish candles on the 15-minute, half an hour, and the 1 hour. So I just want to see price failing now back to the lower end at this retest level. So we'll see now. That's VWAP. It's now trading at VWAP. Pretty much at the point of control. That's where the volume is at the moment. Let's see. You see, on the 15, to be very clear, this is not the cleanest setups because you see on the 15-minute, you're bouncing off a support level.
Yeah.
See that? But you've got some space on the half an hour and the 1 hour. But this could be that rangy day that we spoke about, or a bit of a messy day. So I will have one last kind of stab if it plays out, like if it comes to me. So it needs to reject now. Look, it needs to hold up that VWAP and come back lower.
All right, I've been folded in that trade. Can I just quickly share mine?
Yeah, sure.
Right, so I've just been fold, but now prices keeps on pushing higher. So hopefully we're going to see some resistance step in around about where we had these previous lows here with the decline lower. So if we can start seeing a nice drop lower again, I'll start tightening my stop as well. Again, really just trying to do a quick day trade here. But again, if I do get stopped on this, then it's just prices just being nonsensical, a bit volatile up and down. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
V-shaped bottoms, the rule of the day.
Yeah. Yes. See, it's still at that VWAP now. It needs to come down. All right, and it looks like it wants to reject. We need a little bit more than that.
Jannie, you mind taking over just a little bit there? I just need to. There's someone making a noise in the hallway. I just got to go tell them off a little bit.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll be back in just a sec.
No problem. Okay. Yeah, see, we're not really getting that. It's not a nice little retest. It's breaking through a little bit too deep. So I'm gonna have to wait for it to at least come back down below this. This resistance. It was support. Now it will be obviously support. So how many seconds left in this one? 30. It looks pretty good, but is it gonna find support? Don't drop too far. Don't drop too far. Okay. All right. So the new candle. Let's have a look at the new candle. Another 10 seconds. If it can follow through there, then that will be the law. You see, it's found support there. All right, but that could be the turning points. Let's have a look. I need the new candle to break that low. Yeah, I should have TP down there, but I just hit my in profit. That's you closed in profit, Robert. That's not a bad result.
Right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem. Did you manage to
come to the office on a public holiday anyway?
All right, let's have a look. Okay, we got another 30 seconds. Yeah, it's not. I don't really like this trade. I really don't.
Yeah,
I do feel
in it.
So okay, yeah, there we go. Are we gonna break that? Give me that follow through. No, doesn't want to do it. Come on. Come back lower. You see, it's finding support now there.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can get it. Is it going to go? Yeah, you see, this is a messy Monday, I'll tell you that. It's not definitely not the best price action. Like if you are watching, you'll be better off not placing any trades today. Not right now, anyway. We need to get, clearly break out of the support level, at least on the 15-minute, to confirm that. Yeah, but it found support there. Now it's bouncing back up, and we just bang back into that range. And this little retest has now found support, so it doesn't want to break through. But not the easiest conditions, that's for sure. Yeah. Let's see. We've got another 5 minutes or 6 minutes in this particular 15-minute candle, but see, I'm gonna need at least 2 of the 3 time frames. I'm gonna need a 15-minute and at least a half an hour time frame closing bullish, and then the bias will shift to the long side. Robert, are you going to place any more trades? You're going to say no, but really, you are, right? You are, right? Okay. Yeah, it's a bit slow. But like, how's your trade doing? Richard, are you still in your trade or?
I still am. It's just been hovering around my entry level. So,
Oh,
are you going to take a trade there? Maybe not. No.
Me? No, I was waiting to take a short because this was, I had the three bearish candles, but the support level bothered me a little bit. But we did get that pullback, and I was waiting for it to just, I was hoping for a retest, but turned out to be, it didn't want to come below the support level again once it broke through there.
Sorry, I wasn't listening too much to you because I'm concentrating on people in the hallway, and I'm just let me just quickly show my chart, and then I'll pass it back to you.
No, it was just that one trade for me so far today.
You see, price slightly broke above that level, but I was just hovering there.
Yeah.
So I got my stop loss slightly above this little fair value gap over here. I don't know if you can see that line. Stop loss about 55340-ish, 34.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still pushing higher. But, until you stopped out or not, then you're still in it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Targeting this previous low here. This is definitely more than a 2-to-1 ratio. I might just move it to those opening closing prices that we see here. 5509 is where I'm going to go with that. So yeah, a lot of sideways up and down here. Could go any direction, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult to stack probabilities in either direction right now.
Yeah.
Like, especially on, like, you just look at the 15-minute time frame, look at the half-an-hour time frame, even the 1 hour time frame. You it's not very obvious. It's definitely not what you want to see. But I think, that looks like a pretty strong rejection right now.
Yeah, but then it looks like that. And this could just be a small correction lower before more upside again. It really needs to start selling off here, in my opinion.
Yeah. I would like to see a close below the 15-minute support level. That would be ideal. If you can get a support, like a close below the 15-minute support level, then that would definitely give you a much clearer picture of what you can expect and how to trade. But right now, you see, but like the thing is, like the key thing here is you don't have to overtrade. You kind of follow your plan. If it doesn't work and you have to wait for the next setup that's based on exactly the same criteria, you just won't get pulled. Yeah, but if you don't get it, you won't get pulled into. It's difficult to overtrade if you know what you're waiting for and you just don't get it. You're just not going to place that second trade or the third trade. So one for me. I'm one down. 1-0. 1-0. Yeah.
1-0.
1-0. One down. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens here. Robert, talk to me, my friend. What are you looking at? Do you just trade the NASDAQ, or do you trade other the ES? Do you trade that as well? The YMCA? No. Well, I was hoping for a bit of a better open. I did think we had a good open. I honestly thought it looked really, really strong. And we were closing outside of yesterday's high. Yeah, didn't work. All right.
No, crude oil's also been moving lower quite strongly. But all eyes on the ES. Stuck in a little bit of a range there at the moment.
You just re-entered at my stop loss of my previous trade and then hit my stop loss. So I at least have decent profit still. Yeah, well. Doesn't sound like a bad day for you, Robert. Right? You went short. It worked out for you. Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, even though the 1 minute time frame, especially during this time of the day, in the the market
it's very
hasn't even
volatile.
market's been open for like 45 minutes. Yeah, that means stop for sure now. Yes, Robert, switch over to a simulator account or something like that if you want to keep going.
Take your next trades and some.
Yeah, go over to a simulator if you want to keep going. Do it on on a different account, because I know it's it's difficult to step away from the action, but have a target or follow your maximum loss, or if you have a good day, just kind of stop. And if you still want to be part of the action, just move to your simulating account.
Yeah.
And trade it there. The 15-minute is now closed bullish. Okay. Well, the half an hour is still bearish and the 1 hour is still bearish. So the bias is still technically bearish. Well, I'm going to have to wait for 15 minutes for that to happen. Is there anything else you're looking at, Richard, or are you mainly just looking at the ES?
Just the ES. Crude oil is there as well, but nothing's happening there. Strong decline. Price reached levels I might be interested in going up, but I'm in this ES trade here now. If that doesn't work out, then
that's your blue Monday.
Lots to talk about still.
That's your blue Monday. Yeah. Mondays can be choppy. I know there are people who completely stay away from Mondays, and
but then again, for me, you can never tell.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Fridays. Fridays for me, just the first hour and a half. That's it. But even then, that first hour and a half, it can be very much like this. Like doesn't want to find direction, struggles, looks like it's going to do one thing, reverses, he's stuck in a range. And those are the days that you can just, like, if you're not careful, you can just wipe out an entire week's of profits, good trading down the drain on a Friday. You're like, man, why did I trade today?
Yeah, this looks like price wants to push higher here, so let's see.
Yeah, the 15-minute is definitely, I'll show you now.
Yeah, swap there.
I'll show you now. Yeah, where are you? Oh, there. Got so many tabs open. All right. Like, is someone mowing the lawn there, Richard? What's going on there?
You see now. These are the same guys I screamed at.
Okay. All right, let me just show you.
Blowing the leaves outside my window.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Do you see that blue support level?
Yep.
Yeah, so that is the support level on the 15-minute time frame. This is also the pivot point. That is the actual pivot point. We've got S1 below and S, right? So that is significant support, but the half an hour looks like this is a really strong rejection. You see all the contradictions here?
Yeah.
And on the 1 hour time frame as well, really strong rejection, but on the 15-minute, very strong support. So it's just, so if you just go to, all right, let's just have a look at the candles, then the last closed candle on the the half an hour is bearish, coming off that yesterday's high. The same with the 1 hour time frame, definitely more bearish, but the 15-minute is now standing in the way. Even though these two are typically enough, I just want 2 out of the 3. Yeah. But if you can see the price is clearly rejecting off a support level, say the 15-minute time frame, I mean, look at the price action on the 1 minute. It also struggles to decide what it wants to do. Like, are we going up? Are we going down? Not very clear, but we need, if this 15-minute can reverse and close and give me a bearish candle, but then you see now, then you're going to sit with a bullish half an hour candle.
It's messy.
Yeah, but it's a very good way to identify when you're in a range, or when it's not really, the conditions are not really good to take any trades. But yours should survive this. Oh, Robert, yeah, this is where I used to trade something else, Forex or crypto, but that's when I used to trade the Sydney Asian overlap. Yeah, where are you based, Robert? Are you in the US? Because if you trade the Sydney Asian overlap, You're probably around. You're either in the US somewhere, I assume. Yeah. Look at the 1 minute range. Just doesn't want to do anything. We're just gonna wait for it to find direction. Yeah. Oh, in California. Nice. Is it not hot over there? Oh, were you like how far were you away from the fires, the California fires? That was big in the news. Did your mansion burn down, Robert? Right on the coast too. Oh wow. I'm jealous. I'm here in concrete jungle. I have to take a flight to go to see the coast. Yeah. Well, how's your trade doing, Richard? Are you still in that position?
I'm still in it, still running sideways.
Yeah, same. Well, as you can see, the 1 minute is doing nothing. Some Monday price action for you. Let's have a quick look at the pound US dollar and see if anything is happening. All right, it's just piercing through there for now. That's why you don't just press the button, ladies and gentlemen. You want to wait and see how price behaves at that level. Oh, the most recent fire is around 3 hours north of them. I almost took a job down there right when it was going on. 3 hours. 3 hours, that's far, man. The 3 hours, not 3 hours walking, right? It's 3 hours by car, I assume.
Right, I've just been stopped out of that trade. Price moved up. Again, not a massive trade. Trying to accommodate for this volatility. But that's it for me. Not taking another trade today. It can do whatever it wants to.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this 4 hour candle closes. Are we going to get a close below that 1336 level? Or is it going to close above that? But right now it's piercing through with we are at ATR now. I mean the 4 hour ATR. You can see this little indicator in the left hand top corner. It shows you 34 pips if you count them together. That's 34, nearly 35 pips. And then the ATR on the 4 hour is 34 pips. So it's basically at its max potential in quotes. So it could pull back. So it's going to be important how this candle closes. Like ideally it needs to close, close to this line. It can't like run away because then the trade is dead. Then the trade is just dead.
Yeah.
Yes, far and not at the same time. We would get some of the smoke. Yeah. Sorry, I read like I have to like spell it out. To spell the words out and then yes, far. Yes, far, not at the same time. Wow, you get smoke. You got smoke there. 3 hours away.
Jeez.
Sounds like
scary stuff that was.
Yeah, it looked pretty horrible from the helicopter point of view. Man, there's nothing happening on the NASDAQ. This is frustrating. What's your what is the ES will probably look very similar to this. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to break out of that.
The ES actually moved a little bit higher than you did there on the NASDAQ, but I mean it's dropping.
Yeah, it's finding direction.
For how long?
Yeah, you see that you still got. Yeah, well, you've got the bearish candle. Yeah, that one is bearish, but then I'll need a resistance level, which is going to be way up here. That's the 1 standard deviation. It's a pretty tricky day to trade today.
For sure.
Scalping the NASDAQ anyway.
That's on the, what's it, the 1 minute on the top right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the 1 minute.
Still mucking around there by that pivot point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's dropping out of this little consolidation, but it's not bearish by any means. It's still, you're still in that. Just look here. I always say, look immediately to your left.
Yeah.
You're stuck here.
Mess.
Half an hour on all the time frames. I mean, the longer time frames, and I suppose on the 1 minute as well for that period of time. Richard should be in profit now, but it may be a fake out. No, look at that. You see? Dangerous times, ladies and gentlemen. not a good time to trade.
Nope.
Well, we'll see. We could potentially, if we can close bullish in the next 6 minutes, then we will have those two bullish confirmed candles, and you do have the pivot and the support that it bounced off. So then that would be a more clear bullish bias.
Yeah.
But then, like the levels of interest, where you would like to get in, it needs to be a breakout and a retest. Okay, so it's going to have to break out here. It's going to have to break out here and then retest. Okay, so that's kind of how it flows. But we'll see what happens. Another 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time. You have to wait. It's
for sure.
Except for when you swing trading. Like, oh my good, that feels like pension investing. Like it's 4 hours for one candle to close. But the benefit of, or the plus side of the swing trading is you have so much time to make a decision and to look at everything properly. You know, say for example, this pound US dollar, the level was identified, take all the time in the world, think about what you want to see, and this is the level of interest. Is it going to hold? We'll see how this candle closes. But Robert, you see now why you don't just press the button, right? You pay attention to the level of interest. But if we're going to close in here, then this double top formation idea will just be dead, as I've already said. And then the next point for the pound US dollar is it's going to be it's still going to be a bit tricky to trade this. It's going to have to break out of this resistance level there and then kind of retest or something along those lines before I'll be interested in that. The NASDAQ, are you still in that trade? I can't remember what you said.
I've got stopped out of that ES trade.
And then it came back down.
Yeah, now it's coming down a bit. I jumped in again. I will... This is not the last time.
This is
the reason being, let me quickly share my screen. There's obviously a reason for this. I don't just jump into things.
Yeah, no problem.
There was actually a fair value gap a little bit higher up from where I actually entered before, which price now reached. And now it's rejecting from that. Right, so I'm just going to place my stop where we had the opening closing of these two candles on the 5 minute previously.
Yeah,
that's a very good risk reward ratio, probably over 1 to 3, right?
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that would make me back my money and a little bit extra in the bank if we can get that drop. But I was willing to enter there again. So, you know, sometimes you got to think a little bit out of the box. Price rejected 2 times now from fair value gaps on the 1 minute. But there was one on the 5 minute, which price now reached. There was actually one a little bit lower down, but I just took that and see what happens. So I'm in a trade again. You see?
Nice. This is you sound like me when I was younger. Like just one more beer. Okay, this is one the last one. Okay, but just one.
You
last,
still do that, don't lie.
No, I don't. Oh dear. Okay, well,
just 3 more beers.
3 more. One more, just one more, and then you kind of lose track. Oh, then it's 2 o'clock in the morning. No, I definitely don't do that anymore. No, I don't go to bars anymore. Really, no.
No, very rarely do I. I played some darts league actually, so I go with the boys every Tuesday to play darts. Funny enough, of all things, but
you play darts?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. I can't play. I mean, if I hit the board, then I'm really happy. Like, that was a good throw. This is where I kick myself and say, wait, I'm supposed to only have taken shorts. Yeah. Yeah, Robert. Okay, we are getting we're getting 2 close candles now, so I'm going to change my biases. Oh, come on, man. Don't do that.
Do you want to share?
Yeah, sure. Just quickly.
Hoping for the third time lucky this time. Let's see.
No, see, we're not getting it. I was hoping that looked pretty good, but the half an hour is at least. See, it's going to be a bit difficult for it to break that. Let's have a look. What's the next candle starting? See, now typically I would just like, oh, my screen is not even showing. There you go. See, that's a rejecting. This is like, it's almost like this bullish candle coming off the support is now almost like kind of being invalidated. But we are getting, it's basically two bearish candles and just that one bullish one. It's very, 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 very difficult conditions to trade properly.
Absolutely. I'm at break even. Can I do whatever it wants to?
Nice. That means you can take another trade, Richard.
No, that's it now.
Come on, just one more. One for the team. Just one more. All right. See, we're breaking out of that. About to go down of that. So your trade is probably, I'm not sure, but it's probably looking very similar to the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
See, there you get a breakout.
Are you going to take a trade there?
No. Maybe on a retest.
Just check that quickly. Share screen.
Just I just wanted to give me a little retest, and I may take it. Come on, man.
Can you just quickly share mine there?
The NASDAQ doesn't want to play into my hands today.
Oh, come on. There we go. Price going to hit. Hopefully. I'm going to be very aggressive with this stop. I don't want to give away too much here.
VWAP.
Here we go. Out.
Oh,
made those losses back plus a little bit profit. Nice drop there from that 5-minute fair value gap on the upside.
Nice.
Took a stab on it. Third time lucky. Not much to show, but at least in the green for the day.
That's what it's all about.
That was a good risk-reward ratio, probably over 1 to 3, close to 1 to 4 risk-reward ratio on that trade. Yeah. Here we go.
All right. Well, let's see if I can get one. Are you done for the day?
Yeah, I'm done. You do your thing.
You're done for now. You're done for now. You're done for now. Okay, let's see. All right, there's that retest. Okay, so let's see if I can get a rejection of that. Come on, a little bit higher. See if I can get this one. So we got 2 there. Is it going to go? Okay, we're at that resistance level that pierced through. We'll see if it comes down. Man, this minute candle takes long. Okay. For anybody who like thinks that time flies,
you don't want it to.
For anybody that thinks that time flies, just watch the 1-minute NASDAQ candles. They take forever to close. All right, so there it's piercing. Okay, it's going. Just go a little bit higher. I would really like it to just pierce through out there and then come back down. Yeah, like that. Don't go too far. Don't do that. Okay, we'll see now.
It's bouncing from the pivot points again.
Yeah. Yeah, the pivot point is definitely providing pretty solid support.
Yeah.
But it also came back down to this support level on the 15-minute, and kind of now it's moving back to the upside. But it can still reject there. We'll see. We'll see if I can get it. Come on, Nazi. Make up your mind. Gee. Okay, are we gonna get it? Man. Yeah. Doesn't quite want to do that. Okay, so at the point of control, this is also... Gee, I can't even see the VWAP. It's so busy here. That is big VWAP. Really busy. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Reject. Come on, man. This candle is only 40 seconds young. All wicks get full, so hopefully down now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I would typically when it's like this, I'll be like, yeah, no thanks. Come back later. Okay, there we go. Is it going to go give it to me? Ideally, I would like to see a close below this support level again. But now, in the next 9 minutes, the next 15-minute candle was close, and then you get bullish. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to reject. Man. Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So typically, if you're watching and you find yourself in these conditions, go for a walk, read a book, or go have a beer, get back into bed.
Yeah, I'm glad I took profits where I did, because,
you see, like
it's going to go all the way back up again.
Yeah, and then, by the way, this breakout retest way of trading is the best way I know of in terms of how to avoid false breakouts. See, that was a breakout, wasn't it? The 1 minute. Then you wait for a retest, just doesn't want to pull back. So if you're trying to trade breakouts like this, you'll just get exposed to one false breakout after the next. Yeah, as well. See, there's a little breakout there. Pulls back. No, I mean, I suppose if you take really small profits, you can still cash in on those. But if the problem with taking really, really small profits and then your risk is much higher, you just need to hit like one loss and then you wipe out all those profits. It's, it's not worth doing. Definitely not worth doing, ladies and gentlemen. So now I need to wait for the next 15-minute candle to close. And then we're going to have like a pretty strong bullish candle in the half an hour and the 15-minute. And then the resistance is way up there. So that will, create some space for an opportunity. But then the trade needs to make sense. So I still need to have that breakout and a retest, or maybe a pullback to a support level. But right now, like since the beginning, apart from that very first trade, it's just been a waiting game. It's just been a waiting game. Yeah, I don't like Robert says, I don't like the moves of the morning. So taking small profits doesn't work for me on NAS. Yeah. Yeah, when people, yes, that's so true. When people trade the mini, yeah, you're right. They just get in for a few seconds and they take that little move. I don't know, man. I just feel that's proper black or white.
Then how many times do you like switch your PC off your trading platform and you go and check it out? What could have happened, and then it ran like 100, 200 points in your direction.
Yes, exactly. Oh man, what are we going to get here? I think we. It looks definitely a little bit more bullish, but
Yeah, it's pushing up nicely there.
Yeah, hopefully I can get another opportunity. Just had that one that didn't work. Richard, you made your money back. I feel envious, and I will continue until, and I will place another trade and another one and another one after that. Another one after
you
that.
work for hours and only make a few cents. At least you didn't lose. But yeah, you did have to have some cojones to pull that third one. Right?
some kahunas made of steel. Yeah, that's for sure. I said, Robert, I can't call those anymore. I honestly can't see the pullbacks fast enough while trying to consider all the support and resistance. Yeah. That's where we are right now, right? Hey, Andre, how's it going, man? Yeah, it did. Pound US dollar did so. Yeah, it's like we spoke about this. Oh wow! All right, it's not that level. Is that? All right, yeah. I had this level 1336 to see how price behaves at that level. Didn't find resistance. It just
and as you said, that's why you wait, right?
That's why you wait for confirmation, and it didn't. Okay, so that play is completely off. We'll see how it behaves at the 1.343 level, but I'm not going to do anything there either. All right. Well, so on the NASDAQ as well, just waiting. Another 4 minutes. If we can get like at least a bullish close on that candle, then maybe a pullback to that support level. Now it's just going to drop again. Yeah, this is a proper blue Monday. Dust just doesn't want to line up nicely. Very choppy. All the support really. Yeah. So Robert, you don't trade minis, right? At all. I think you mentioned you have 5 micros on the bigger accounts, but on the 50k accounts, you trade like 1 or 2 minis. Oh, sorry, micros. If you are, you're doing it right. Definitely doing it right. Oh man. Basically, I'm in profit as much as I lost this morning, and that's where I say I'm always coming from behind from just jumping in. Yeah, just jumping in is not a good strategy. See, if I just jumped in on the pound US dollar, man, I'd be scrambling right now. Like, oh no, what's gonna happen? Yeah, so it pushed through. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get anything now, man. There's like 3 minutes left. Are you seeing anything interesting on your side, Richard, on crude?
I'm seeing something interesting crude setup, but I'm not going to take it. I'm done for the day. I will show you though.
Yeah, why don't you show us?
Whether it works out or not. Let me just switch to the 5 minute first. Price came down pretty strongly, broke this level. It was a high low yesterday, and we had another one a little bit lower down. Price just cleared that. You can see that it just spiked below it. And on the 1 minute, it's a bit clearer to see. Strong bounce upwards. Let me get my path tool out. Making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Break of price structure. There was 2 fair value gaps. So if you got in right here, then at the moment you would be a little bit in profit. So it is a legitimate setup. But I'm done trading. I try to avoid over trading. I said only 2, but then, you know.
Yeah, another one. Another beer. Beer.
That was third time lucky. But that would be a legitimate setup for me. Stop loss would go below this low over here. Again, must be in the trade already. And then I'll take a 1 to 2, at least 1 to 3 risk reward ratio to the upside. Or you can trail dynamically to the upside as well, which I can also sometimes do. But that was a legitimate setup for sure, right there. Price retesting that fair value gap, or testing it for the first time after a break of structure, after price takes out a level.
I say take it, Richard. Full leverage. Get it.
No thing. No thing. And this is what a lot of traders would do, you know. If you, like, I wouldn't say I was lucky taking it the third time. Definitely there was a setup there. But, you know, now you break even. Now you're just opening at risk of going negative again. But, you know, if it works out, you can go kick yourself again. It's like if it would have worked out, but I'm not taking it again. I'm not opening myself to that risk. It is choppy, it's messy, and it's on the crude oil market here as well. So it is what it is. I'm done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow and rinse and repeat, I would say.
For sure. Yeah, but I think that is time for us, Richard.
Yeah, that's it. That went quick.
Yeah. Always nice to see you, Richard. Robert,
you too, Jannie.
Andre,
and Robert and Andrew.
Andre,
Thanks,
and there was a new viewer as well. James, and the rest of the viewers. Thanks very much for watching. The next session will start in 15 minutes from now. Have a great day. Be careful, and always make sure you get clear confirmation of your setups before you take them. Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
guys.
Jannie. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bruce, good to see you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you? It's been a few weeks. How you been? Been busy trading?
Coffee.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Igor.
Hey, how are you?
Just trying to find out what Bruce has been doing over the last few weeks. Haven't seen him in a while on this mid-range point in the day.
What's up?
Just wanted to see what you've been up to the last few weeks. We haven't had the pleasure of your company for a while.
Yeah, you know, same thing. I mean, nothing special particularly. Trading the same stuff. You know, things are moving around. That's the important thing. You know, I think that, a lot more optimism has returned to equities. And so that's having a big impact on what's going on. But today we're kind of stalling out. So
yeah, well, I look forward to getting into it. Well, Bruce, Igor, how are you? Sorry, hello, great to see you.
I'm okay, thank you. Hello, Bruce. I'm seeing for first time you. I hope you're well. And today it's a sunny day in my country. I hope they have nice weather too.
Yeah, here too. Yeah, we do. So who wants to take the lead? Bruce, do you want to go, or Igor? What do you want to do?
yeah, sure. Let's start with the S&P 500. I have to hit present here, right?
Yeah.
Do you have me?
Not yet, mate. I'll let you know.
Did you show
Here
me?
it comes. Yeah, got it. Thank you so much, SPX.
Let me just move my other dialog box out of the way. Okay. Yeah, so the S&P 500, and then we'll take a quick look at the NASDAQ. So, and one of the things that I continue to learn really is trust what I'm seeing sometimes, as opposed to be totally. Now, there's always, what I mean by that is, you get signals in a market, and I'll show you some specifics in the meantime. And then for a variety of reasons, maybe we don't always believe it, right? Especially in an environment we've been in lately in U.S. indices, or not only U.S., but global indices as well, that you let the news and let the macro information impact what we might be seeing in the charts. And of course, this is relative to your time frame, but I'm assuming relatively shorter time frame, okay, for trades. So we had this bottom over here recently, and the question is whether it was going to hold or not, right, and lead to a nice rally. Well, we did have some Fibonacci confluence here. We had some measure move reasons. In other words, the market corrected 21.3%, and the previous corrections were less than that. And so this is a big correction, right? And it stopped, interestingly enough, at the anchored VWAP from the bottom of the S&P down here. So if the anchored VWAP, anchored volume weighted average price, is anchored down here, that's where we stop. Well, that's pretty significant in my mind, because that's where you would expect a long-term support level, given the anchored VWAP, and that's what we got. So we had an initial rally, then we had a higher swing low, and then we had this gap. And when things began to get interesting again, I think was around the 20 moving average, which is this purple line right here. And you could see the S&P closed just below it last Wednesday, and then tested as support and then took off. Now, this process of testing as support, previous resistance 20 becomes support clearly on this day, and then it takes off. This is a common type of behavior that price has when it's continuing, either to the downside or to the upside. And so then we had a break of the trend line, not that big a deal, but more importantly, we had a break of this prior high. So now we have a continuation pattern of the basic fractal in the market, which is an ABCD pattern or a rising zigzag or whatever you want to call it, where we're looking at some degree of symmetry or harmonics between the two swings. And when that happens, then we're at a potential pivot level. So we broke through these levels, broke through the, let me go back just 1 second. So we broke through last Thursday, and then we closed above it. Another big thing, right? So what am I saying? I'm saying, what is the market saying to us as it progresses? And so that means, what are the facts? And then what do I want to do with those facts? And those are two different things, right? So I think the first thing, when I'm doing any kind of analysis and looking for an opportunity, I'm saying, what is the market actually telling me based on what it did? And let's recognize what it did, and then I can maybe say more about that. But I'm always have the risk of being biased in what I say about it. That's why I want to be very clear what it is initially. Okay. So that leads us to where we are now. So we have another anchored VWAP. Now, the fact that we found support down here at this long-term anchored VWAP is going to have me pay more attention to some of the other anchor VWAPs, particularly this one, which comes from, let me just make sure I have the right one here, which comes from the high. So now we have an anchor VWAP from the bottom. Now we have one from the high. And in this case, it's representing potential resistance. And it happens to be around the 78.6% retracement. So now I have some degree of confluence. So this tells me now that this zone up here is an area that I want to pay particularly extra attention to, from roughly 55.73 up to 55.83. Okay. And that also tells me something about what's happening now. And this is where this is all leading, right? Because if I think there's still some potential upside, now you could argue it's not enough or so forth. It's all relative to your time frame that you're trading. But again, I'm assuming short term. So we're getting a breakthrough resistance. We're pulling back now to test it as support, possibly, right? That's the process that seems to be in place right now. So now we go into the intraday, and we take a look at what's going on there to see if there's anything interesting. Now, what does that mean? Either there's a setup now, or there's some price levels I want to be aware of when the market gets to it, right? To take another look. So based on what I just said, I would be looking in the S&P, I would be looking for a pullback and then some type of intraday reversal off a pullback to look for a continuation to the upside. Now, once I've established that and I can put in my alerts, then I can move on to something else, because the way I'm looking at it, I don't really want to do anything until that happens in the S&P index. Okay. Now, what if we go to the NASDAQ? And by the way, just interrupt if you want me to, go anywhere else or spend more time on anything.
Sure. Thanks.
So now we go to the NASDAQ. Now, why we're looking at the NASDAQ? Because the NASDAQ gives us some information about relative strength and weakness. And sometimes one index will be a leading indicator over the other, right? And so we want to know that. So when I'm looking at the NASDAQ, I'm also looking at it relative to the S&P. Because if I get them both giving me a bullish or bearish signal at the same time, then I have more confidence that they're both going to go, or at least one's going to go, and the more volatile being the NDX.
Yeah,
meaning I'm going to assume I'm going to get a bigger move from the NDX, in other words.
Yeah.
So we had a similar situation here, broke through the 20 moving average on the way up, but look at the difference. It held support on the first breakout day. That's different than the S&P, which did not hold support on the breakout day.
Resilience.
And then it took off, and then we had and then it took off from there. So once this happened too, and we broke out above this day, it's a fair conclusion too that we're probably not going to fill this gap in the immediate future, because there's always a risk we pull back to the gap. This is telling me, that's not happened. So we broke above the B point, the previous high. First day, hit it at resistance. Second day, broke above it, closed above it, confirmed the breakout, and that increases the chance that it's going to go further to hit one of its higher potential targets. and just kind of looking now the NASDAQ, like I just looked at the S&P, we could say, well, the next resistance zone that I'm going to pay attention to is also around the 78.6% level, and in this case, combined with the 50 moving average. So we have 19,677 to 19,711 as the next higher potential resistance zone as I see it. Okay. And then we've got, in this case, where I want to pay attention to it is a little clearer for me versus the S&P, which is we have resistance, becomes potential support, and it was resistance here roughly, right? So that means that I'm going to pay attention to what the NDX does around this previous high. Does it recognize it? Does it bounce? Does it go through it? Those are all things that are going to tell me something about the strength or weakness of the market, because what I want to know is, are we going to come down here and then go higher? Are we going to come down here?
Yes. You're right.
Right? Yeah. We don't know that yet. Just because there's a target here in resistance, that has nothing to do with whether the market's going to go there. I shouldn't say it has nothing to do with it. It has something to do with it, but it's hard to quantify. Right? So that means that we've got a high right here at 19,234. And so I'm going to put 19,234. You know, I would put an alert in around there and then watch that when it comes to that price there to see if there's an intraday bullish reversal signal on a shorter time frame.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the bigger picture, I'm looking at initial targets for both indices up roughly around this zone up here, which is now that doesn't, again, let me just say this is important. You know, when I talk about targets, or anybody's talking about targets, they're just targets. Okay, that's it. It has nothing to do about the chance that they're going to get hit. That's a different issue. And we always assume they may get hit, they may not get hit. And that's why, you know, as the analysis progresses, we want to update our analysis. And this is why we use stops as well, because we don't know if it's going to get there. So, so we have this first resistance zone up here, and then we have my main target is up here around the 200 moving average and the 78 point, and I'm sorry, the completion of this ABCD pattern where there is symmetry between the two advances in price. So the price appreciation matches, and when that happens, there's a measured move match. There's symmetry between price, and therefore there's a potential pivot. Since it's combined, and this is important, it's combined with the blue 200 moving average, simple moving average, it gives it greater credence. And when it's also combined with the previous high resistance, becomes resistance again, possibly, then it gets even more weight, okay, the way I look at it. So I look at it in two ways. One is it has a stronger potential to be resistance, but it also in some ways, and I wouldn't say this yet, if we get above the 50, I would say this, is that in some ways it acts as a magnet because there's confluence of several indicators identifying a similar price zone. Now, if that was happening all over the place, that would be more difficult. And this is also why, you know, we have to limit our analysis, right? Because if I keep adding more and more analysis, I'm going to find levels everywhere. And that's not going to help very much.
No, I think this might be a theme today. Signs of strength is essentially what you're talking about, right, Bruce? Signs of strength, looking for signs of strength. And then every time you get a new signal, you reevaluate where you think the price action should go. So, yeah, I've been talking about...
If I buy in a pullback, is that what you're saying? And then I'm looking to sell.
What I mean is, you're talking about, you know, with all the chaos which is going on at the moment. And I suppose I'm keen to see where you are at in terms of everything which has been going on in the world economy. But what I've been talking about with other people today is, you know, we're trying to assess. So as an example, with Bitcoin, it's shown signs of strength, but the rest of the altcoin market hasn't followed. Now, obviously, we know that the altcoin market needs to see a little bit more out of Bitcoin before they commit to long positions, because we've had a higher high, but we haven't had a higher low yet, right? So it's this gradual process of, is this just a move, a little bounce before a continuation lower, or is it a recovery in process? And then what do I need the next signal to be? So yeah, I think signs of strength, very, very important. And it promotes patience as well. If you know you need to wait, you don't trade, right?
Yeah. So we want to look at Bitcoin and to answer that.
No. So I was just the general conversation. What you're talking about is about signs of strength in the market and how to identify them. And the more signs you get, the more you commit. So yeah, really good.
Exactly, and that's a very, very important thing, because number one, I have to assume I'm going to do things to fool myself. In other words, my perception is going to. I've been doing this a while. My perception still fools me, so I'm not expecting that to go away. Right. So how do I get around that, and how do I compensate for that? One of the ways is by having confluence of multiple levels identified in different ways, along with patterns and so forth. So if I understood you earlier correctly, so if we were looking at that buy on the pullback in NDX, for example, I would be looking to sell into strength, yes, as it approach the resistance zone or approach my target. I'm also not trying to get everything out of it. And this is really important. I have to say it's taken a long time to get around this one. I missed that. I should have held it. It could have gone longer. I could have gotten more out of it, blah, 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 right? But the bottom line is the best trades come from you get in, they run, and you get out before they stop and stall, right? Those are the easiest, best trades. So that's another component of that. So you say, well, why would you take profits? Somebody might say, why would you take profits here? Because it could go higher, because of this. Yes, it could, but that's not the style that I may be doing in that case. Now, in some cases, I would be doing it. Depends on the position, and what here's a good example of that. If we take Bitcoin, for example, Bitcoin is in a whole different area than what we've seen in the U.S. equities markets or in equities in general. It's showing signs of a continuation of a long-term uptrend, while the S&P and NASDAQ and other indices are still at a correction. Yeah. They may resolve themselves to a continuation of the long-term uptrend, but we're not anywhere near that point, in my opinion, yet, because when we have those spikes in volatility right here, there's a tendency to be moving around a lot. Well, let's take this volatility, okay? So there's a lot of upside, a lot of downside, upside. I mean, we could go back and forth for many months within this range without any clue of whether it's going to go to new highs, whereas that's not the case with Bitcoin. The Bitcoin has a potential now to go to new highs. And if we go to the weekly, and also important, if we take a step back, and now I'm looking at a weekly going back multiple years, you can see the progression better. So we have a double top here, pull down, cup with handle right here, break out of the handle, pull back, resistance becomes support. This is classic bullish behavior. If you just take out everything else and just consider what I'm talking about right now, which is the overall price structure, it's very bullish. This is classic bullish continuation. And support was found at this resistance, becomes support, and the orange 50-week moving average, which would support here, after reclaimed very strongly back here in March of 2023. So on the weekly chart, this is all very bullish. And the only conclusion you could draw from this, based on what we see, is that this looks like it's going to new highs. When is it going there? How is it going to get there? I mean, is it going to go right there? Is it going to pull back, consolidate first? That's a different issue. Okay. But first, let's get this part clear, right? Then if we get this clear, then as we go look closer, we have better context. So do I want to short this for a drop down to here? Well, that wouldn't make much sense based on what I just said, right? It would make more sense to expect support somewhere and then a continuation of the smaller developing uptrend. which has a long way to go, but it's the beginning components. And if we look at this correction on the daily now, we have a higher swing high. So this high right here was part of the downtrend price structure of lower swing highs. We had another potential lower swing high here at the confluence, also important, the confluence of the trend line, the orange 50 moving average, and roughly the 20 moving average, less important, and the 200 blue is right here. But what's interesting is that you can see here that when the breakout really started to happen, the trend line and the 50 were almost identifying the same. So if you say, it depends on how you want to identify, but let's say this day right here was a breakout day. It broke out of both lines on the same day. That's also a big clue because that doesn't always happen. But when it does happen, it's telling you, and the way I look at it is the market is saying, recognize this price level because something might happen. And it didn't go down, it started to go up. So obviously the breakout. So in other words, it makes a breakout more concrete in my mind. And for the potential for this to happen right here, which is a sharp, clear advance after the breakout. Now, ideally, would have done that right away, but of course, things don't always happen ideally.
No, I mean, it's the flipping of more sellers to buyers. So if you're breaking through two things, a resistance line and a moving average at the same time, and it's successful, you're turning two sets of sellers essentially into two sets of buyers in a really monophonic way of looking at it. So you're absolutely right, which is why you want to look for that confluence. It's better to have them together than separate, because when they're separate, they're two separate set of sellers, but when they're together, you can kind of punch through it. So yeah, that's really good. Bruce, it seems like you're trying to get me and Igor to buy Bitcoin. Is that true? Are you trying to get us to buy Bitcoin? It seems like you're trying to get us to invest in Bitcoin, Bruce.
Well, I mean, we haven't gotten to that point, but we got to look at a lot of other things. But if I can't do that, if you want me to, I can look at this detail a little bit more, because if you notice here too, the 20 was support just before the breakout also. So that's another piece of it, because it was clearly resistance here. Everything is a small piece, but when you put them all together, I like to think of it, like if you ever saw the crime show CSI or any of those types of shows, and they get the evidence board, and they always make a big thing of this evidence board, right? They got the detectives are standing there and they're looking, right? You ever see that? Like, I can't figure it out. But it's the same idea, because at some point there's way more evidence on the bull side than the bear side, or vice versa. Most of the time, it's not clear. And this is also, I think, important. Most of the time, things are not clear. What we're looking for is, when do they start to become clearer? So Bitcoin has clearly started to become clearer after this breakout, because the breakout was followed by a breakout of the 200 moving average, the long-term significant trend indicator. Okay, now you could say, well, it's not important as a breakout here as it might be in a clear trend, and that's true, because you could see it's in consolidation here. But it's another piece of evidence, and it's another guide. And the question is, did the market recognize it? Well, it turns out the day before here, the market found resistance at the 200. So to me, that's saying the market recognized it. Now, what does that mean? What that means is I want to particularly pay attention to it on the pullback, because if it was resistance, it should be support if this bull trend is going to hold, and not if it's going to alter itself. Now, what do I mean by alter itself? What I mean is that this represents a certain type of momentum, the whole move from the A bottom, and it hit the initial target, okay? And that target has confluence with the 61.8% retracement. So again, we have two levels identified, and the market stopped there and created a double top, potentially. We go into the 30-minute. No, I don't know. I wouldn't call it double top now, but it looks like one. Well, we could call it double top here. So top here. Either way, we have the potential reversal, whatever you call it, and that's really the key. So that would be one line that would tell us about something getting weaker and therefore a potential bearish sign. But really, we won't know anything until Bitcoin breaks below that higher swing low at 92,839. Because at this point, the double top will be triggered. We will no longer have a higher swing low, which is part of the definition of an uptrend. And so that is a bearish sign, plus the double top, plus, it would make sense to have a pullback. So all those things would go into play for a target down to the 200 roughly, that is currently at 89,350.
Yeah.
And that to me would be great to happen, because this shows exhaustion. It shows a bit of extension. It already hit the target. Certainly it could break through this, but if you're going to break through something, it's better if you pull back a bit first, get some momentum, and then go through it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because the real question is not that it's going to go higher. Is it going to go higher and keep going higher?
Yeah, and we don't really want that, because that sounds a bit paradoxical. I was talking about this today. I'll be out in a video tomorrow, but it's if we're talking about Bitcoin in the context of the rest of the crypto market, it's like, what does the rest of the crypto market need to see from Bitcoin? Right now, it needs stability. It wants to see stability. So if Bitcoin goes up like a rocket, the fear isn't necessarily going to disappear, the uncertainty, because what comes up must come down. And therefore, if we have a higher low now out of the price action, a natural retrace, then the altcoin market will be right. Okay, we've had a higher high in the intermediate trend. We've now had a higher low, and we're now poised to move upwards. And then people will start entering their position. So I completely agree. We want it to come down just for a few days, please.
Well, it's healthy to do it. This is true. I think the important thing for all listeners too is what we're talking about here is true in multiple. It's not just these instruments, So, and which is one of the reasons why I talk about the analysis this way, is because it's not just about this instrument. It's the same things we're going to find, same behaviors, similar behaviors we're going to find in multiple instruments at different times. And that's what's also, I think, important. So what is Bitcoin going to do? The real question is not what it's going to do, but when do I want to pay attention to what it's doing, because it might be giving me additional clues to what's coming. Okay. And so as we determined, a drop below today's low is 92,839, which could also be support, and it could bounce off that level. And then this is based on the daily anyway, my levels. And then on the high of the day, 95,626. But it's also important to point out that we have an bearish outside day today, which is bearish, okay, particularly if Bitcoin closes below yesterday's low. And it certainly looks like it might do that. It's also at risk of forming a bearish shooting star candlestick pattern. So again, you see, as we've talked further, there's more and more clues that keep lining up to give greater clarity to the potential trade, or when we want to be paying more attention. Again,
yeah, I think the most interesting
point, somebody may want to, then just finally, somebody may want to short this, but somebody else may not want to do that and wait for the bullish reversal. So that's going to also be dependent upon the trader and the type of trades they do, and that kind of thing, right? But notice also, I'm starting with the daily. This is also important. I'm starting with the larger time frame, daily, and then I would move down to the shorter time frames. Because if I don't have something on the larger time frame above whatever I might focus on, then everything is not coming together properly. So for example, let's say we have an inside day on a daily, and I'm trying to do something intraday. I'm not going to have a good move. That's almost guaranteed, because I'm inside consolidation. If I take that daily and I go intraday, you can see the consolidation of that intraday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
so I'm going to have choppy trading. The follow through is going to suck, and so on.
Yeah, that's a really good tip. The thing which I've taken from your analysis so far is that when people are looking what to do with their money, which a lot of people are looking, what do I do with my money? And you look at the markets, you look at the SPX, the S&P, you look at NASDAQ, and you think, okay, and you said it yourself, Bruce, you said like, well, these aren't looking good. But then if Bitcoin is one of the few assets which is showing signs of strength in a difficult environment, then where are people going to put their money or think about putting their money? And I think that's an interesting component to the underpinning of your analysis today, that maybe, if the stock, is there going to be a decoupling from Bitcoin and the stock market?
You also, Matt, brought something else to mind that's very critical, which I'm sure you probably talked about before, is that Bitcoin is a leading indicator for the shifts that we're seeing in the market, because it showed relative strength as U.S. equities were getting, and not only U.S., or as equities were getting hammered, gold was spiking, the dollar was tanking, and so forth. Bitcoin held support, and then it was one of the first ones to go up. This was also a part of why I became much more bullish on the S&P and the NASDAQ, because of Bitcoin.
Because so you think Bitcoin's leading the way? Do you think Bitcoin might?
It was moving first, showing that investors were more attracted to speculative assets. Is the way I would interpret it. Okay.
It's very interesting.
And
that's really interesting. I mean, I would never really thought of. Sorry, Igor, go on.
Sorry, no problem.
No, I'm not saying it's a leading indicator all the time. I'm saying it was recently. That's all I'm saying.
No, I just find the concept that Bitcoin would lead the NASDAQ, right? We're talking about institutional adoption and like, what will Bitcoin be? The future of money? I don't know. But just the concept that Bitcoin could be a market leader in the world fascinates me. I think that's really interesting. So thank you for making me think about that.
It is a difference, yeah.
And
it
Bruce,
is a bit of a difference.
I have one question for you. For example, let me assume that NASDAQ, Dow, and S&P 500 on support, for example. And in one moment, you see that one of that three assets starts to go up and others just choppy. So one of that three assets are leading. What will be your strategy in that case?
Well, I'd want to be buying the leader. Number one, but let's say I'm too late for that, okay, which happens as well. Then I would buying the next stronger one and waiting for weakness on the leader to get into that one, if that opportunity presented itself, and it's not always going to present itself, for example. So if we look at the I don't think we have well, let's just look at the Dow. We look at the Russell 2000, which I don't think we have the Russell 2000, right? And we don't have it in there, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure.
So, but let's look at anyway. That's how I would think of it. Is I'm going to want to trade the one that's strongest, but it may be too late for that, because I don't want to get chopped up, and I'm going to wait for an intraday short-term pullback in order to get in that one, and I might take something else in the interim.
Yeah. No, that's
but it's also important that if everything is finding support at the same time and it's holding, and then we get a first mover to the upside, and there's reason to believe that the others will follow, that's also saying, I want to get in bigger, or I want to consider getting in bigger, I want to consider adding after this happens, and so forth, because now I have more things lining up that's saying everybody's in agreement. Because, as we just mentioned, most of the time, the patterns are not clear. The price behavior is not clear. Well, so when it is, we want to pay. That's what we're waiting for. So we want to pay extra attention to that, so we get the biggest bang for our buck. In other words,
in crypto, sometimes you'll have related projects, which will mirror each other historically. So one will go, then the other will go. And it is a definable strategy, you know, by identifying, you know, these projects which kind of, you know, move together in orbit. And you can capitalize on that by seeing the first mover and then looking for the second and having the first one move as one single point of confluence to enter the other one. So it is a fascinating conversation. We should maybe get into more at some point, because, you know, these correlations and market leaders and how they impact others. So that's really fascinating, Bruce.
You know,
when you're here.
and of course, stock traders, you know, would take that, what we've talked about, to another level, where now you do the same thing for the individual stocks as well, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who's supplying who's got a partnership with who. Yeah,
but this, you know, this whole idea of relative strength and weakness, you know, is critical, but it also takes place in the Forex pairs too, right? So if I'm looking to, let's say, trade a yen pair for whatever reason, I want to get the right yen pair. I don't want to just get any yen pair, right? It's got to be one that I find that's showing a relative strength or weakness. And so the same idea, it's true. Right?
Yes.
Great.
Because alternatively, the other way I could approach it, I could say, I'm going to do a portfolio. So I'm going to take 5 trades based on this swing. You know, I don't do it that way. I have done it that way, but right now I don't. But that's another way to do it as well, because you don't know which one is going to perform. Even though there's relative strength or weakness, that may not be sustained. That may change.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, the other one, you know, if I talk about this New Zealand dollar for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Because this one has been interesting, because it's been ranging up and down, and the volatility has been increasing, creating this expanding triangle type pattern, because it's not, you know, perfect by any stretch of the imagination. With because we have the expansion of the range down here, and then we have the expansion of the range in the top. This was the range here. We expanded it, and here I have a oops, sorry. Here I have a channel. So originally this was a channel because it was vibrating within the channel. And then, so I want to say a couple of things about this. Number one is you have this broadening formation type of behavior that will happen. Type of behavior. Sometimes it's perfect, and it's a process of price discovery. As the market is going up and down, trying to determine who's going to win, who's going to take charge, the buyers or the sellers, and take it to the next place. And it's all designed to create confusion and uncertainty, because if it breaks below these lows, people are shorting or they're getting stopped out. But once that is done, the market reverses. And you can see this is a sharp one-day bullish reversal, similar, the opposite of what we're seeing in Bitcoin, the one-day bearish reversal. So we want to pay attention to this, because these things will follow through. Not always, but they will, particularly if you have a situation like this where more than likely a lot of people got stopped out over here, right? And then the market quickly flipped back. That means it has the potential to go to the other side of the pattern, whatever the pattern is, okay? In this case, it happens to be a potential expanding triangle at that point, okay? Because these highs were not done yet. So we still have the resistance around the top of this parallel trend channel, potentially. But that's good by itself, right? Just to have the idea that, hey, we have a bullish reversal off a potential support zone, and it confirmed by closing above the prior day's high, and it continued to strengthen, breaking through potential resistance and so on, with the potential to hit the top. And if you notice at that point, the top of the range was confirmed by the 200 moving average. Again, interesting, they're lining up at the same time that it's approached by price. This does not always happen. So that tells me I want to pay attention to this level. And guess what? It broke through it. resistance becomes support on this day. Let me just zoom in a little bit more. You can see how it tested it as support, and that process of resistance becoming support is a process of an uptrend progressing. It also tells you if we go below this low, that's not happening anymore. That's also really important, right? So once we approach this level, then there's two options. Either this is going to continue to be strong resistance leading to a pullback, or it's a key pivot and there's going to be a breakout. And that's what happened. It went a bit. And then what happened? Then it pulled back to where? Support. Support. Resistance. Resistance. I got this line got moved slightly, I think, and when I moved around. But anyway, close enough. So the same idea. Well, what does this tell us? This tells us, based on what I just showed you over here, it's on a different fractal, we can say, on a different scale. So here was individual candles. Here's a group of candles. The same behavior, resistance becomes support. So what might we want to consider here based on that? Let me just get rid of that. So, well, number one, if it goes below the line, first of all, I would want to readjust my line and stuff and make sure I've got some confidence in the line. And then I want to find another level because the line by itself is not really reliable, but I'm going to use it as a guide. So I could use this low right here as a proxy for the line for now. Then we go and then we say, because this is actually potentially significant what's happening right here. There's also the possibility that resistance of the 200 could be tested as support. So if I'm looking for a bounce off support of this line zone, I'm also remembering that if we break below this low here, 59.21, then a test of support at the 200 may be coming. And then I would consider the same thing. Either it's going to continue to be support leading to a bullish reversal. Hold on a second, it's not plugged in. And the same idea, okay, on a different scale. So here we have a potential decision. Here we have a potential decision. So now going into let's stay with the 2 hour. I'll look at the pattern a little closer. Now the 4 hour. So why am I changing time frames? I just want to see something that I recognize more clearly. That's really all. And to make sure I'm not missing something and so forth. Okay, so this is a potential topping pattern. So I don't see any type of bullish pattern at this point that I'm looking at. I mean, you see, we're already bouncing off this level, interestingly enough. So anyway, based on that, I would be watching for intraday patterns for some type of setup that I might use or something I'm familiar with and so forth. If we look at this 1 hour, we could say we don't have any confirmation of strength until we get above this swing high. And that's way up here at 6.6 thousand, I think.
Yeah.
But the idea is the same, right?
Yes.
Now we just have to look for now. Somebody else may find a different entry than I might, right? I'm looking for certain types of entries. Other people have other types of entries.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Andre.
And then just finally, the other part of that then would be, okay, what's the upside? Is there upside, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I have a potentially key resistance zone marked right here. So is it gonna? And then so I'd say my target's up here at 61.93 for a swing potential.
Yeah.
So anyway, right now I don't like it for anything, but I would keep an eye on it based on what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, we did go quite a bit on this rally. So it would be healthier if it pulled back to the 200 and found support and went higher. It would be a little clearer also probably of what might happen. Anyway.
Yeah, I hate trading whipsaws. They're just very unpredictable. Hi, Robert. Hi, Andre. Bruce isn't new. Bruce is the man. Bruce is the leader of the pack. Bruce is gracing us with his presence today. We're very honored. He'll be back tomorrow. So no, he's not new. Bruce is the king.
Yes.
So, I think the important thing too is, I really try to not get my opinion too connected to anything I might see in the market. And anybody who reads my stuff on I usually try, if I have the time or the space, to also consider the other side, right? Because there's never a trade that's clear enough that I don't want to consider the failure of it. So that's an important part of this as well, because, when you have this kind of more detailed analysis, you could better identify when it's not doing what it should be doing, according to your analysis as well.
Yeah, for sure. That's fantastic. I learned so much.
Can I start maybe a little bit about Forex market?
Yeah, we've got some questions, haven't we, about GBPUSD? Thank you so much, Bruce. Is GBPUSD breaking 1.34300? Breaking it goes to 1. Okay, I'm sure Igor will answer that.
Yes, no problem. First, let's start.
I just gave you the screen.
You're moderating. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will just first share my screen related to the calendar this week, just to know what's happened here. So here today, I just want to tell you that we didn't have anything for the Forex economic news. However, market was really, really, really volatile, and there was a strong push in the market today. So what I want to tell you for whole this week is something that these news that we can see are not so important based on my opinion. And I will tell you why I'm thinking that. So first, if you see any related news to the US dollar, either it's related to the employment, either to the GDP, either to NFP, for example, that will be on the end of this week, you can see the bad results for US dollar, because all these reports are reports from the previous month. And as we know, because of the stock market and everything that we had in tariff war and everything related to US dollar sinking the whole month, we should maybe expect all that bad news related to US dollar, but all these stuff are not so important for the futures price. And I can tell based on experience the last 2 weeks. So after analyzing all the important news that I had in the last 2 weeks, market didn't respect that news at all. So I always give example when we got 5 times better results for British pound dollar in one moment, and price in that second, in that minute, didn't react at all. So price just went in the same movement that wanted at that moment. So it was a really, really crazy for me. But this happened because of this stock market situation, tariff war, and everything. I think that all these big institutional traders calculate all that news in their biases, and they just trade prices and trade what they want to trade. So this is the something that I want just to put here as perspective for myself. And then what I want to share, first thing that I want to share with you is US dollar index. And I just want to show you something that I watch, and it's very important for me. It is as you can see right now on my chart. I hope you will see very soon. This is dollar index. I set, as you know, that I like to put trend lines and relative strength index indicator. Right now, we are in the moment when we wait to see will the US dollar will break this trend line and relative strength index on daily chart and maybe start a bigger correction, or will you reject and start to do the bearish continuation? And this is the very, very important thing. And today, I think that everything that's happened today technically is very, very correlated with this chart. And now let me see first from the British pound dollar perspective. So first, to tell you one thing, I will just very fast go to the futures market, just because the volume, just to see how today, 1 hour after the US market open, we had one strong, very strong, extremely strong bullish push in the volume for all major forex pairs. Actually, this push related to US dollar, and we broke strong resistance and start to go up. I think we made more than 60 pips in 1 hour, if I'm not wrong. So this is something that's happened right now during this US session. And it's not related to the news, because today we don't have any kind of news. It's just the part of the market and the US Open and everything. So now I will show you perspective related to the British pound dollar, and to answer an Andrew question too. So right now we can go, for example, 1 week in the past. So 1 week in the past, I will just go, we were around this level now. So this magical level of 1.342 is strong resistance. And if I go to the daily chart and go in the past, you will see that this price level is the highest level of the last year. It was the highest level of the September. And as you remember, in September 2024, after this level, we started to go down, and we went down more than 1,400 pips. And it was a really, really strong bearish move. And this resistance exists right now too. But what's happened? Last week, during the Monday, we had an additional push upside. It was the rejection there. We started to go down. And what's happened last week, we got very, very important price level. That price level is 1.336, because that price level was support for several days, beginning 2 weeks ago and first 2 days from the last week. And we had multiple, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times rejection of this support. And in one moment, we started to go down. It was something that I didn't expect. Why? Because it was the moment of the second part of the US session. Usually during the US session second part, we don't have, shift in the trend so often, but that happens. And it was so strong because we went, almost 100 pips from the daily high, and it was a really strong down move. Now, why is this important? What I'm talking about is this level, 1.336. Now, the previous support now is resistance. So this was resistance for me whole last week. And we started to see some push upside, then downside, and all the push-ups and everything. And if Paul remember, the end of the last week, I started aggressively. I wanted to make short orders against this 336 level. I made a couple orders, and I was, of course, it was a good risk-reward ratio trade in that moment. This resistance very strong for me. I expected that because, we broke this support, went down, then tested again, and I wanted to go short again. And one of the reasons and triggers here was that euro dollar and other US dollar pairs were very, very, I can say, weaker than US dollar and react very good. Only British pound dollar didn't react so good. So I had trades for euro dollar. It was positive trades. Today I closed couple of them with a small profit, but I made today and in the Friday a loss, small loss, of course, because my risk reward ratio was very small. The problem was that today we had little bit how to say unexpected move from my perspective. Why? Because we were just below the pivot points. Today, during the Asia session, we had, I think, 20-25, 30 pips range. It was the normal age for Asia session. As you know, I repeat that very often, that statistically in the last 50 years, during the Asia session, all US dollars pairs moves around 0.2 daily average range. And that statistics very often gives me perspective of the movement and what I can expect from the Asia session. And it was really good Asia session. Actually, it was nice. We had a pullback, then started the UK opening range. And in that moment, I expected this move here, because usually during the UK Open, we had that false attempt in different side. And here, as you can see, these two hourly bearish candles, I entered into the trade, and I thought that these trades will lead to downside, that we just test resistance, something like that. It was really resistance. As you can see, this 334 level was resistance for the last week. Actually, everything was good. My stop loss was the ultimate stop loss on 336. Everything was fine. And then what's happened? The price started to go up and increase very, very, very strong push after the US Open on the level 1.336, and we went to the last week high. One thing that I realized very, very soon today is after we reach that level, we have a strong rejection, which is normal because this is the ultimate and very strong resistance here. Now we are somewhere at 1.339, and now we ask a question what we can expect here. So Andres just made a good question. Is this the new level will be 1.355? Actually, if I need to pick the level based on the statistics from the 2016 to the present time, the next level can be, of course, one of the strong levels that we can find is 1.353. Actually, and then 1.363. That levels usually was the weekly highs and weekly lows in the present last 10 years. So because of that, that can be my targets if we see a bigger push upside. But what I want to tell to Andrew is that this moment, for my perspective, for myself, is not good moment to enter into buy trade. Neither to buy trade, neither to sell trade. I think this is the perfect moment to be outside of the business and not to trade. And I will just tell you why is that. If we go to the euro dollar, we can see the same exactly thing. And that thing is that around, I will just show, I think it was this level, 1.1440. I will just put it on the chart just to have oh no, this is not the right. I will just find a horizontal line. I think it is no, I miss it. Like this, yes. So what is the level 1.336 for British pound dollar? This is the level 1.14440 for euro dollar. And as you can see, we broke that level. We retested last week. And from then, we're just played down here. And why is that important? Look this. We didn't go above this line. So we are still bearish here. I show you the US dollar index. We're just on the resistance trend line. We are not starting to go down. Either we didn't break that line. So we are nowhere yet. And this is very important because someone can enter into the trade because he's sure because this bullish bias for today. But I will just put one very important thing. And that thing is that we are right now in the Monday's opening range. And it's nothing. Yet it's nothing. We didn't break. So we have this level for British pound dollar 1.342. But remember, the last year it was a 1.344. So all that range, there is a resistance range. And we need to break that. We need to some early high, early close actually above all these levels, and to say, okay, we are now above everything and we are really bullish now and everything is okay. And maybe if price start to retest that resistance area, we can enter buy trade and be bullish. So I'll be bullish if we just break that resistance zone, retest that zone, and start to go up. However, right now, I wait to see what will happen with market. If I see today in next 24 hours that US dollar starting to break this trend line resistance and start to go up, and we start to pull back again, I will just change my perspective, and I will be bearish. So today, what I'm watch right now, just to answer to the Andrew, is two things. I'm waiting to see this level, actually level 1.3440, between the 20 and 40, that level zone to go up. Or what they want to see is that we go below 1.331. If we see the early close below 331, we'll be below the pivot point range for the British pound dollar. And in that case, I'm bearish, and I want to be bearish there. So I'm waiting one of that two scenarios to make the trade. And because today I had a couple losing trades, it's good for me, for myself, to be out of the trades. I had a little bit loss in Friday, a little bit loss in Monday. Psychologically, it's not good for me. But what I would like to see, I want to stop trading today and wait tomorrow to see one or these two scenarios to enter into the trade. So for British pound dollar and the euro dollar, I'm in this kind of the bias. I would like to play more euro dollar, more British pound dollar than euro dollar, because I think that British pound dollar can give me better risk reward ratio right now. And euro dollar, the bad thing related to the euro dollar is we are a little bit far away of this resistance 1.1440. And right now we are playing around that. We are somewhere there. But even if we break this resistance, then we maybe can target the previous high that we had last week, which can be maybe interesting. But I think that British pound dollar is more attractive to me. Even the euro dollar is weaker there than British pound dollar. And this is related to the euro dollar and the British pound dollar. On the other side, I will just fast pass the other currency pairs. It's just looking. As you can see, the US dollar, Japanese yen is some kind, for me, bearish channel. I see this channel too. We broke that channel down here more than we start to reverse again in the channel. Now we are bearish again, and nothing special here. For me, US dollar, Japanese yen is nothing interesting here. I think that yen and US dollar are weak right now, so it's not good either for strong weak currency. Either for this is not good. Then I'm still watching like Bruce. I'm watching the Aussie dollar, because for me, Australian dollar, US dollar is much better for trading or for buying than New Zealand dollar, just because the risk reward ratio right now. However, I totally 100% agree with Bruce, because if we start to go down, we may retest 200 moving average. However, if we break that, I'm not bullish anymore. Even if we go there and I see that US dollar is starting to go up, I don't want that. I don't want to go against US dollar when US dollar is going up. So I will pass. So I will not enter into the Aussie dollar trade. And this is the something that I'm not comfortable. Even if I see that US dollar is so weak, set to go down, and Australian dollar to push higher, maybe I will, on some retest, on some pullback, I will enter into the trade and maybe create a longer time trade, because as you know, my target in that case will be around 0.69 level. So it will be my swing or positional trade related to the Aussie dollar. And one trade that I'm monitoring and like to enter is US dollar Swiss. As you can see today, it's not good day. First, as you know, if we draw a trend line on the relative strength index, you can see that we broke that trend line. Now we can retest, and then we can start to go up. If I see a bullish candle above the previous high here, 1.833, I am ready to enter long term for US dollar Swiss. Of course, I need additional trigger. I want to see the US dollar index break. I want to see the breakout of the relative strength index on the daily chart. I want to see the US dollar is bullish. And after that confirmation, I think that this pair is very good to play, just because of good risk reward ratio that I can make here. And this can be very good setup for me. But of course, it's not the time. I'm just watching. Right now, we're a little bit bearish for US dollar Swiss. Of course, this is continuation of the bearish trend. So this is the something that I just watch. So guys, do you have some opinion of this, my setups?
Could I say a little bit more about the Swissy? Because I was looking at that, which I don't usually trade. I don't trade it regularly generally, but I do keep an eye on it in case something seems to be happening. So let's just see here.
Beautiful. I just want to hear your opinion about Swiss.
Yeah. I'll switch the screen. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay. You see me?
Not yet. I'll let you know. Yeah, it's coming. Thank you. Got it.
So let me just move my other window out of the way here. Okay, so a couple things going on here. Number one is we have this falling parallel channel, which has characteristics historically similar to a falling wedge. And a falling wedge is a bullish reversal signal. This is not technically, as far as I know anyway, a bullish reversal signal, but it has similar characteristics, and many times it will behave similarly, and that's what we had here. So this looks like this is bearish and the price is going down, and it is, but it's a form of consolidation showing exhaustion of the decline. But we don't know that for sure until this breakout happens. And so we got a decisive breakout here last Wednesday to the upside, and price took off. Perfect, right? Then we get an inside day. Then on Friday, we get a bearish shooting star candlestick pattern after hitting a new high. So failed breakout to new high. And then we get a drop down to below yesterday's low today. Okay. So there's a potential to come back to the breakout level and test it as support, or some level and test it as support. But that's not what makes it more interesting right now in the short term anyway, because we go down to the intraday pattern, 4 hour, let's use the 4 hour. We have as clear of a head and shoulders as you would ever want, really, top. That triggered below these lows and is now doing exactly what you would anticipate it might do on the breakdown of the head and shoulders top. So this has already happened. So as I watch this, there's two things I would consider. Number one is there is a continuation of a breakdown of the inside candle here. That is a setup for, I use it sometimes, and I might even use it in this case, actually, because of the larger picture. I also know if I'm wrong pretty quickly if it goes above this previous candle high or even the current candle high. Because the alternative and the preferred way to enter would be on a pullback to resistance and then a turn back down for a continuation of this bearish reversal signified by the head and shoulders top. This is going against what now is developing as a potential stronger trend, however, and I'm going to keep that in mind, but it's happening at the beginning of that process. So there's not a lot of confirmation of bullish momentum yet. In other words, there's some signs of bullish momentum. And of course, the target on this would be some, some potential support zone. There's a number of areas down here. We'll have to see how it kind of behaves. But I'll keep an eye on the on the Fibonacci levels. The 200 moving average is right here, but this is the 200 for the 1 hour. So depending on, at some point in this whole process, I decide, okay, I'm going to primarily use the 2 hour and the daily, or I'm going to use the 4 hour and the daily, with the 4 hour being my primary. I'm going to come to that. I want to come to that conclusion so I don't keep looking around at everything. But as I'm trying to assess it, I might look around at different intraday time frames as well. So this is behaving. This whole thing is just beautiful. Really, it's all classic behavior of a bullish reversal off this falling channel, resistance, and then pulling back to test support with the expectation of a continuation to the upside. Yeah. So I would definitely agree. From the stronger, clearer direction is bullish. Okay. Yes. But this is like just sitting there as obvious as anything, really. Yes. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And one other thing too, the other thing, this relates kind of to the expanding triangle issue I was talking about a little bit in the beginning, is that many times you see these overshoots. And if I see like the market's like right here, but we have support down here, I'm expecting to see this broken. And I probably don't want to do anything until it's broken. For one thing, the downtrend's close to an end, closer, I should say, to an end. So the risk is changing. And if you're getting so close to a clear level, the market generally, I should say generally, it will commonly break through that level before it goes the other way. So the fact that it did this here, this is all bearish from one time frame. And then we're seeing other things when we look deeper into the price behavior, because nothing goes straight in one direction forever. So the fact that this is very extreme selling in here is also part of what makes this interesting to the upside, because you can see that if we go back, we hit the relative strength index, matched the oversold level from back here in August, and then back here in December 2023 as well. And you can see what happened off this low and off this low and so forth. So that's also supporting evidence for continuation. And as I'm talking to this, I'm glad you brought this up as well. I'm like thinking, okay, yeah, I got to really pay more attention to this week, So that's all I wanted to say on that.
That was great. What else you got, Igor? What else you
got? I want to hear Paul about cryptos market. And are there any coin there with a crazy spike or something like that? I'm just waiting to see.
Well, I'm sure there is, but I haven't really seen it today. It's all about Bitcoin on Mondays, and it's all coins tomorrow. There is an interesting thing I wanted to mention, which I'll try and share my screen, Bruce, and just obviously just touch base with Bitcoin. You've already done a great job. Just let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, there it is.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. So look, over the weekend, the last few days, nothing much is happening. We're stuck in this resistance area now. There is a couple of, you can draw this slightly different ways. There's kind of these, when you've got an ambiguous range, so this is an ambiguous kind of support range, you see all these wicks coming down. It makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to determine what's going on with the price action. So On the daily chart, of course, we're stuck in this little range between 92 and 94. But if I switch to this chart, we've actually, the 12-hour, this is drawn slightly differently. We're now above this kind of lower wick range. So if you look at where these wicks are as a sub range, and then we've got a little upper range, which I just showed you, which we're in at the moment. So we've retaken this kind of wick bottom range, which is arguably the neckline of the double top, and then we're just sitting pretty above it. So the reason why I have multiple charts, of course, is so I can make sure I've got the right perspective. So this is a breakthrough to this upper area, but there is still a variety of different resistance zones overhead. So a pullback to here would be perfectly natural. And of course, you know, we have been waiting for it to come back down to hit one of these levels for a potential entrance. But obviously the 200 on the, I haven't got the 200 on this actually. Let me put the 1 day 200 MA on this chart. This is the 6 hour chart, but I'm just going to whack on the 1 day just so we can see where it is, just to follow up with yeah. So you can see, you know, this is the 1 day, this line here, and a pullback to this area would be perfect. It's what we want to see. We need to get this higher low, at least for the rest of the crypto market. And also you can see on the daily chart, we were talking a few weeks ago, I was talking about how this pattern from last year, a little bit later, it was the second quarter, not the first, is kind of repeating itself. And we had the dip, and now we've taken the 200 MA. So it's pretty good symmetry here. However, we are, of course, also, if this pattern is genuine, we're also heading towards resistance as well. So something to be mindful about. And also, these are the RSIs, 1 hour, 4 hour, 12 hour, and the weekly. And the weekly's turned bullish. We've kind of recovered from this double bottom and we've broken out, and we're now above the 45 to 50 range. So that's great. That's where we want it. That's super. Lots of headroom, but we don't want to be down here. The 12 hour looks like it's supporting having a bit of a pullback, which is great. And the 1 hour, but the 1 hour though is obviously giving us a few potential signals here, because, you know, it's got quite a bit of upside on the 1 hour. So we might see a move upwards before a move down. And the 4 hour again, a little bit puzzling. We're above the 45 and 50. So there is a context where Bitcoin goes higher from here. There is a little bit more room to go. So just something to keep an eye on. But the one thing I wanted to mention, because we're a bit short on time, just for people to know, there's a little bit of Honor Prime X promotion on Honor Prime X YouTube. If you're not subscribed, please do so. There are 2 Bitcoin updates and money updates, money flow updates per week. We have top altcoin picks in the middle of the week and crypto news near the end. And I am doing an AMA tomorrow, that's Tuesday the 29th at 2:30 Eastern time on our Discord channel. So it'll be great to see you all there. So a more thorough Bitcoin analysis. But I'm currently been waiting for 2 trades to come into play, essentially. This was GMX, and I'm waiting for it to come back down to support. I was frequently moving my buy entry depending on what I was seeing from Bitcoin. And originally it was down here. Now I've moved it up to the top of this support range. Now it hasn't come down yet, and neither has my other trade, which is MKR, which is doing a better job. Now, obviously, the bullish context for MKR is still intact. We've had a breakout of this triangle. We're coming down to retest with confluence with the 200 MA. Fantastic. Same here, right? We've had a breakout. We've got very strong support. This was a bear trap, and now we're coming back down. Great, super. GMX has a little bit more leeway if Bitcoin pulls back a bit hard, but there you go. Now, the point I'm trying to make. So I've got these 2 trades going, right? I'm waiting for it to come down, right? This is GMX, MKR, I think. I'm waiting for it to come down. But the thing is, when did I put these trades on, right? When did I plan these trades? It was about a week ago, right? And because Bitcoin's just been sitting pretty, right, nothing's happened. Now, that's okay, but there is a trap here. So for any altcoin traders paying attention, it's worth just, well, any market really, it's worth just bearing in mind, because it's been a week since I have planned these trades. I have to be aware of shifting weather. Now, if the market changes and I just presume that this trade will play out as I thought it would last week, then that is a trap. So now this trade hasn't yet fulfilled. I am constantly paying attention to see if this trade is still valid or not, because it could very easily invalidate if Bitcoin does something different, right? So it's very important to really pay attention to the weather and not just presume because you planned a trade last week, it is still valid this week. Now, in this case, we're in the same place. A pullback here will facilitate my entry, arguably, for both of these. Right, MKR may hit today potentially. GMX would afford a little bit more downwards movement, but it's very important that you are constantly reevaluating, kind of what Bruce was saying. You're constantly reevaluating what's happening in the market and then thinking, is this still a valid trade? Now it is still a valid trade, but something to think about for sure, especially when you're trading crypto. Now that's been said, this is Ethereum. This is the 2-week chart, slightly odd chart. Now, the reason why I tend to look at Ethereum quite often is not because I'm necessarily trading it, although, as you can see, there is a trading opportunity here. It's because it represents the rest of the altcoin market. Now, Bitcoin is not this. Bitcoin is doing this essentially. So the altcoin market isn't really benefiting from Bitcoin's current moves. And we talked about, obviously, the price action needs to give us that higher low, which completes this shift in the intermediate trend from a downtrend to an uptrend, but we haven't seen that yet. And what will Ethereum do from here? Now, obviously, we want to see something like this, right, play out over a couple of months to a nice solid foundation, because this is a steep drop, but this is potentially where we're going, and maybe even in this area. But what do we need to see first? We need to see Bitcoin put in that higher low, and then we might start to see Ethereum start to recover, maybe doing this and then coming back down and then carrying on its way. And then that would be something which is tradable. Right now, lots of traders are looking to the altcoin market, and we're not seeing enough. We need a double bottom. We need a reversal pattern. We need something, change of character. We haven't quite got that yet on these time frames. But this is Ethereum. And again, there's a trading opportunity here. A move from here to here would be, quite sizable. That's a good 125%. And it will, I'm pretty sure Ethereum is going to come up here at the very least. It should be up here really by now if it wasn't for the global economic issues. But keep your eye on Ethereum. And when Ethereum is looking like this, be very careful with your long positions in the altcoin market, regardless of what Bitcoin is doing. Because remember, Bitcoin is not a risk asset. It's potentially a good store of value, where all the other cryptocurrencies are largely risk assets, regardless of whether or not they have a use case or not. So very important. And again, just to highlight the peril here, this is just a zooming in of the same chart. And obviously investors were really looking for a bullish engulfing candle here for this 2-week period to really get some kind of signal to get out of this downtrend, which we haven't had. Unfortunately, the price action couldn't facilitate that, which means we're deprived of bullish signals. And the only bullish signal we've had from Bitcoin, well, there's two. We've had, this is the first green candle we've had in 7 candles, which is about 3 to 4 months. And of course, we are at support with the 2-week 200 MA underneath. But like Bruce said, it's like we haven't got what we need to see yet. And until we do, then we're not going to be enacting much here. And likewise, though, with total 3, which is total crypto market cap minus Bitcoin and Ethereum, because Ethereum size tends to skew the data. So we've had this final breakout of this downwards channel. Remember, when this is going down, that means money's leaving the altcoin market, or rather the altcoin market is shrinking relative to everything else. And of course, we've broken out. Great. We've put in a higher low. We've put in a higher high, macro wise, but now we're running into a moving average. So a pullback again would be quite important. Now, this is the point I think I was trying to make earlier when Bruce, my friend, you were talking about signs of strength. So, and I want to just finish on this. If this is an index, obviously an indices, right, which just represents the health of the altcoin market. It shows that a recovery is potentially in progress, right? But it's not confirmation yet. It could still roll over. So what do we need to see? A pullback to here, even though that maintains the primary trend, isn't particularly bullish. And it's just going to reinforce this stop-start kind of trading we've had for the last couple of years out of the altcoin market. So what we do need to see, ideally, is not a retrace back to here, which would reset all the altcoins which have moved since the beginning of April. We want to see this, simply this, and then up. right, from this level, because that is showing strength. And that level is not. So it's always very important to consider the context of price movement and what you need to see, because I'm not, obviously, you're not trading total 3, but you'll be trading an altcoin based on total 3. And if we see a break below this level, you have to presume that we're not going to have a situation where longs are going to play out for any more than just quick bounces on its way down to wherever it decides to go. So just a really straightforward update from me in terms of where we are. It is a bit of a waiting game, but yeah, pretty good for Bitcoin.
I had one. Could I have one question? What about the weekly on Ethereum? I see you're using 2-week, which is fine, but do you also consider the weekly, or you don't trust it as enough validation?
No, I've got multiple charts for Ethereum, Bruce, my friend. So, and all of them have quite conflicting signals. I'm not. I usually, I'm the daily, like you said, I use the 4-hour and the daily primarily, right? Because, I mean, you go where the people are, right? But, I don't often zoom out to the monthly, but Bitcoin has some very important monthly candles at the moment. Of course, we're paying attention to, but Ethereum, I'm just trying to make sense of it. So the 2-week chart allowed me to kind of pay attention to a candle, which we were looking at, right? And it just happened to be in a chart. So it's whatever gives me information, really. It might be the 3-week tomorrow. I don't know.
Cool.
Yes. So I just want to add this question. Your British pound is very stretched. I believe it may start to correct from Andre Berti. And I can say, just to repeat that, it's very dangerous to sell British pound dollar right now. I don't feel comfortable right now for that. One of the scenarios that it can happen, that in euro dollar and British pound to push to the resistance, so we can see rejection there, but we after that need to see the push to the support for 1.336, for example, British pound dollar. And only that, if I see that rejection and a strong push downside, maybe after some pullback, I can enter into the trade. So for me, it's a little bit dangerous because it's today is US dollar is weak. I want to see a bullish US dollar, and I want to see to break that trend line on daily chart, but I need to wait for that.
Yeah. I have a question. I'll start with Bruce. Bruce, are you subscribed to Ola Prime X on YouTube? Are you?
Am I subscribed to what?
Ola Prime X. It's Ola Prime.
Yeah.
You are?
Ola Prime on
Not Ola Prime, not the one with this stream is on. Ola Prime X. X.
I don't think so.
Right. Well, if any other people are listening and you're in the same boat as Bruce, I would encourage you.
Are you talking about on X Twitter? You mean X?
No, I don't. No, not Twitter. No. Ola Prime X is a separate parallel YouTube channel which has essentially just me. So it's not that great. I'm just kidding. So yeah, Igor, are you subscribed to Ola Prime X?
No, I'm not, but I will be, so I can watch your videos there and check everything. So
no, I'm not going to touch you, Igor.
How long do you have that? How long you are on that channel?
Since I've been working with the good people at Ola Prime, they either want me out of the way or they want me to have my own platform. One of the two.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I will monitor that. Beautiful.
You don't you have to put it with me for an hour and a half, a couple of times a week. I don't think you need to be watching the videos, right? So please don't worry about that.
Yeah, sometimes it happens something, so I want to just a little bit to see maybe some new charts or something like that.
But, I mean, look, Bruce, Igor, if you were to leave a comment, it would fill me with joy, right? It would make my day. So please.
Yes, I will do that.
All right. Well, Bruce, I think we're back together tomorrow. Igor,
yeah, tomorrow.
What are you doing tomorrow? Who are you with?
Tomorrow is first session. I think that I'm with Nandan and Jannie, if I remember. So I need to check.
Okay. So Igor, I think first session, and then me and Bruce will be back together for the second. But great session, everybody. Bruce, fantastic to see you. Great analysis. Learned a lot. learned so much. Thank you very much.
So I just want to add.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Paul.
I'm glad that I meet you, Bruce, and I heard very important things from you. So thank you a lot for this session and everything.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
Nice
Thanks,
to meet you.
everybody.
Thank you,
See you
Paul.
later.
See you tomorrow, Paul.
Guys, I wish you
All right, have a
day.
good day,
Bye-bye.
guys. Take care.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys.
Hello. Coach Howard,
Hey,
Michael.
what's up, Howard? What's up, Amy?
How you guys doing? All right?
Absolutely amazing. Happy Monday, guys.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. How is your trading going? Any trades today?
Yeah,
Michael,
good.
Coach Howard.
Yeah, I'm doing okay today. That makes a pleasant change. I managed to to buy euro dollar and sterling dollar cable a little bit lower down. So I've taken some profits on sterling already and running it kind of. It's going to be held overnight kind of thing. I actually recorded it, which is quite good. So
Nice.
maybe I'll kick it off with a quick recording.
Let's check it out.
Just 1 second. Okay, so first things first.
You guys are doing better than me today. I'm getting crushed on EA right now.
Oh no, I was expecting a bigger correction on this thing, but it looks like it started to come back with a trend. Hopefully, it should come through very shortly. Okay, maybe we need the moderator access, I think, to show. I'm just trying to present my screen, but it's not coming through. No.
Yeah. I think Michael have to accept.
Yeah.
No, I don't have it. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen, but it's not coming through. Let me try again. Maybe it's on my side. Let me just try again. Okay, here we go.
Like the StreamYard is a little bit tricky. So I think, Michael, you have to check like if there is the confirmation for the
I don't see anything. I just have the regular present on my side. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. Yes. So what you're looking at is I've basically gone long on two of my systems, which they buy breakouts of relatively narrow ranges and they hold a trade for I think 2 days maximum. System, I call it tripwire. So basically cable got in at 33.60, 66 really, that's the bid price, 65, and euro dollar 113.94 or so. But both of the positions are doing fairly good. Let me show you the sterling one. I recorded it as it came through, so let's see if you can. Let's try this one. Present. And okay, let's see. Hopefully we can play it. Okay, yeah. So this is the sterling one, 133.67 or so, and that's essentially when the system, shortly after the system went long, basically. So I went in, bought some. I bought 2 tranches actually, 1 and 2 just here, and had my first profit target was the limit order at 134.084, which got hit fairly quickly. Well, I was quite surprised. It ramped up and it started to go like this. So it literally went on the breakout, boom, like that. So that was like almost you don't get those instant gratification trades very often. So that was quite good. So I took a third out. So I sold a third of the position right there, and obviously running the balance. So I'm looking for 134.51 for the next leg if I can get that, and the stop loss obviously gets adjusted as we go along. And shortly as that was happening, I got the trade on the euro because the pound was kind of leading the way today. So as I was taking profits on the first leg of the sterling, I was entering long on euro dollar. So basically, doubling up my anti-dollar position, if you will. But I've not hit my objective yet on euro dollar. That one's kind of been a little bit of a laggard, but it seems to be on the right track anyway. So yeah, it's quite nice to actually record something, and it comes off fairly quickly. So that was that one. And just to show you the algo itself, this is the euro. So this is going long on the euro. So oh, sorry, you can't see it. Let me just present again. Sorry. I'll present my screen again. So you should see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, bit of a funky looking chart, I know. I like funky looking charts. So yeah, so basically it went long, it spiked up, and then it rejected back, and then it's since that initial volatility, it's just literally started to edge higher, and it's since made a new high for the session. I mean, to be honest with you, I was looking for this thing to actually break down. It looked to me like this was a kind of a bearish or a symmetrical triangle that was going to break down. But obviously we got the break higher today, and my system basically said, nope, this ain't going down, kind of thing. So I did the right thing in just literally jumping on the system trade rather than get too carried away with my own subjective view on the thing. Sometimes it's good to follow the system, and sometimes the system knows better than you do, you know.
Exactly.
So that was euro, and the sterling one. Yeah, that was basically the sterling.
Curious to know. So the system doesn't execute the trade for you; it gives you the alert, and then you manually do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So that it all pops up on this. So I've got my kind of system position sheet here, and below I've got my pending orders for the system. So I'll put them in manually, basically.
Gotcha.
It can be automated, and I've done it automated in the past, but for now I'm doing the whole thing manually because I want a little bit of human overlay kind of thing.
Nice.
So yeah, that's kind of my day so far. So hopefully it continues. So as I say, I was looking for the dollar to start to see a bigger correction. Let me just share on my other platform here. 1 second. Okay, so with a bit of luck, we get to see the platform here. So euro dollar. This is the weekly euro dollar. So last week we had that kind of upper shadow type thing and a weak close, which kind of made me a little bit bearish going into today. But obviously we're not seeing it. We're starting to see a little bit of a move higher. So it might be one of those one-shot corrections, because for me ultimately this is the start of a major move higher on euro dollar. So it may be one of those things where we just see a one-shot correction on a weekly chart. But yeah, obviously time will tell. It may correct lower, but for the time being, I'm kind of holding long, looking for this thing to make new highs for the rally. Onto the daily. So daily, yeah. So we had the big pullback last week, then sideways, some narrow ranges this week. So or back end of last week, and now we're starting to see a nice kind of range expansion to the upside. So it could well be that we've seen the end of the correction. So that's really what I'm kind of playing. On the intraday chart, so I was looking for this thing to be like, as I say, a little symmetrical triangle, and it breaks down here, but it didn't do it. It just didn't do it. So it was good that I had the plan B with the algo that literally got me long, as this move was taking off. So for me, I guess the trigger level was really 114.40 or so. So once we get back above this level, if we get back above this level, then that may well be the end of the the corrective pullback. Any thoughts on the euro, guys?
Yeah, it's for me, it's a little out of this range as far as seeing if it's up, down. It's kind of in this interesting spot for me. I've been checking it out, but I really can't really call it, especially after this breakout how it was today, because it's kind of just been in this range for a little bit, and I was surprised it didn't do that today.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you can for me, like, when I check the weekly, like you can see that you can play both sides. Like the way the weekly candle closed, the previous weekly candle closed, it shows let's say sign of slowing down, but it depends again of a lot of events that we have. An NFP week this week, so it will be quite interesting to see if we will see a small reversal.
Yeah.
A retracement, sorry.
Yeah, maybe going into it, we don't see a big a breakout of last week's range. It might be one of those situations where we just stay inside last week's range this week, and then non-farm payroll comes in, and we see a move that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, but for me, the major trend is firmly to the upside. I was looking for a deeper correction, but I think after today's move, I'm a little bit more, hesitant about calling a bearish side on this thing for the time being, anyway. So that's that one. On to sterling dollar cable. So on the weekly, it didn't do that much of a rejection last week, really, in terms of net change. The weekly net change was quite, the real body was actually quite small, which is interesting, because that may be the reason why we're seeing kind of a push at the highs this week, whereas we're not seeing that on euro dollar. It seems to be that sterling there's some underlying strength on sterling. I mean, maybe you see that in the in some of the crosses as well. That sterling is kind of is bullish across the board, So yes, so last week a bit of rejection from that key level on the weekly chart, but this week we've reversed just about all of the shadow. So if you're selling into it based on last week's shadow, not a good position, I think. Onto the daily. So yeah, there's the daily. We had that massive run up without any red days at all. Then we got the one red day, and then we got the sideways. And I thought this would come back down lower, maybe 132, but it hasn't happened. Some may say hasn't happened yet. For me, obviously being long, the system took me long. I'm kind of hoping, anticipating that it doesn't come back down to 132. I'm expecting it to actually continue to ramp higher. So today's move on euro dollar and on sterling dollar, I think they've kind of negated that corrective pullback. That's what it feels like for me. Any thoughts on cable, guys?
Yeah, same thing. I'm kind of that's in this interesting little zone too. I've been watching this. I've been speaking with Eamon and Sam about it lately, kind of saying what I was looking forward to kind of do.
Yeah,
it finally did break out of that little range, which is good. So it does look more long than short for sure. It just held it for so long. It was a little questionable. I wasn't sure if it was going to keep running or stay in the same spot.
Yeah, so it's amazing sometimes these trends, when they're so strong, you expect a bigger correction and it just doesn't come, and you can't really fight against it. I think you have to go with it. If you're anticipating a bigger correction, just go with the trend. Right. If you get a trend signal, for me.
And especially with the pound, like from what I see, the pound have more strength compared, as you said, Coach Howard, compared to the euro. So definitely it will be much better to go with the trend.
Yeah, it's interesting. As I say, interesting how last week we got the rejection on both of them from the highs, but this one didn't close much weaker on over a weekly time frame, whereas euro dollar closed a lot weaker than sterling did, kind of thing. So sometimes it gives you a little bit of a clue which one is stronger or weaker. So yeah, holding long, looking. Hopefully we see the push to new highs on that one. And on to dollar yen. So dollar yen, I guess the similar kind of idea in that. So last week we got quite a strong bounce from that big support area on the weekly chart. And I think eventually this is going to be like a massive double top eventually. Maybe it starts this week, I don't know, but I think this is going to be a big double top on the long-term chart on dollar yen. I think we are in the early stages of a long-term bear market for the dollar against the yen. But last week, obviously, we had a nice upside reversal. Yeah, so kind of two-way activity after 1, 2, 3 big weeks down. So I guess it's only natural to have some kind of sideways or sideways to higher activity after that big move down, especially at the support level as well. But so far this week, obviously we're starting to break down. So, and I had the thing kind of topping out in this zone here, not too far above 144. So it looks like it kind of tested it briefly, and now we're starting to sell off. So this could well be the start of the next leg down for me. So if I wasn't already long euro dollar and long sterling dollar, I'd probably be selling euro dollar yen. Just looking for new lows for this trend. And onto the intraday chart. Obviously, we've had the kind of swing, correction, swing, correction, swing, and now it's broken through, and it's just testing the big support here on the intraday chart. So that could be interesting. If that disappears, it could start to tipple down. So yeah, that's me for the time being. I'll go back to some of the other stuff a bit later if you guys want to jump in.
Gotcha. Okay. I can jump on in. Not too much action for me today. I'm getting crushed on EA. It's going to end up turning into a swing for me, which I don't like to do, but I did take this in a higher time frame. And I'm experiencing some drawdown right about now. Nothing big though, not too bad actually. So these are my two positions. I'm in AUD going long, which pretty much is at break even. And then I'm in EA short, which is down like a little less than a 0.5% right now. So let's jump into both of those first, then I'll get back to GU and GJ. Let's start with ACAD actually. No, let's start with EA since I'm down on that one. EA, yeah, so we're right here. So this was super interesting to me, right? For a lot of reasons. Right, so this is what I saw initially. Is when I see this move here, right? As you guys know, I'm always looking for. As soon as I see that, I know I'm in level 2, as I always say. All right. So once I got that level, actually, I'll just do it this way: the 5,200 cross. I know I'm in level 2. Right. I'm looking for M's or W's off the 200 EMA. All right. So I got this. I know exactly where I am. And then I seen this huge M here, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. I can't grab this move. I don't really want to take the M. I want to take the next move, right? So once that happened, I'm looking to take a bounce move off of this 50 EMA, which it kind of went a little bit here, but not really. It didn't really go the way I anticipated it to. So it kind of got this little move here, and I was expecting this to drop. Oops. Yeah, to drop on, to actually come all the way down to this EMA here, right? This is actually my target right here. So when I saw that they never really continued on down, I jumped in this, and sure enough, this thing had an extra one in it, right? Now, what this could do, which is so interesting, this hardly ever happens, but we got like this double 5,200 cross here, right? We got one over here. Right, and then we got another one right here. Right, so this to me is definitely going like short, right? But the only thing is now this could probably come back up here like this and then make this move to go down to this EMA here. Yeah. And if this happens, I'm gonna end up having to close this setup, and I'm gonna have to wait for this to actually set up again to take it on this side. Right, so I'm actually already in. As you can see, I'm getting toe up because my price is at, what's my price? My field price is in at 77.50 basically, right? So let's go to 77.50.
Yeah.
77.50 is about right here somewhere. Yeah, about right here. Boom. Right. So this is supposed to be nice, guys. It's like supposed to. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, sometimes these things they can be a bit choppy in the short term. You know, they kind of go a little bit out of whack for a while.
Yes, and this is exactly what's happening right now. This darn thing has did some craziness, right? This was supposed to be really nice, almost like a 2-for-1. Yeah, actually a little bit more than 2-for-1. So this is actually my intended move off of this setup, which, to be totally honest, this is still in play. Like, this could totally not, like, this could totally just turn around and I'll still be good to go. But what I can't say what I don't want to happen is if this closes, if this next candle closes anywhere above this, and I mean on the 4-hour chart actually. So you see how this is kind of still in this same little area, right? So these little candles are just in the same little area, just messing around. If there's a candle on this 4-hour chart that closes in the next 4 hours above this or stops me out, of course I'm done. Like the trade's gone. It got me for this time. So I'm really monitoring this off the 4-hour chart as well, right? It's like so close in this little area. I don't want it to, and we got all these wicks to the upside, got all these wicks to the downside, right? So it's kind of in this funky little area where it's kind of hard to tell which way it's gonna go. But what I don't want to do is to close my trade early, and then it ends up turning around, and I'm like, I knew I shouldn't have broke my rules and closed this trade. So as of right now, this hasn't confirmed for me to close it. I will need another candle to close above this, right? Above this structure, basically here. If this candle closes above that, then I will have to close it. Or so that won't happen until another 3.5 hours. Or of course, this thing could just stop me out. Now, of course, as it turns back around, right, and closes below this, say below this area again, I will take a second position on this setup, right? And I will literally just be in at the pretty much at the exact same mark on the second position. Right now, I only got in one, but this is not going my way so far, guys. It's kind of just it's what I like to call shaking out weak traders right now. And for me, I only got 1% on this. I do have my full position on it, so worst case scenario will stop me out at the full 1%. But what I'm not going to do is, like I said, I'm not going to close this early and let them shake me out of my position because I got emotional, right? So just hanging on right now for this. And actually, I'm about to put me in another alert on here so I don't miss the second position. Second position. All right, cool. All right, so this was my main play today, guys. Like this one is I put on my full position on this, thinking that everything was great, and it's going against me right now. So, but yeah, I just gotta hold on to this one for now. Again, this might turn into a swing. If this don't stop me out and it doesn't close above, I gotta hold this position. And I'm just waiting for it to really turn back around. So it's down, looks like it's down about a half right now, right? Because I got my full position on a little less than a half, right? So somewhere around there. So that is Euro AUD. It's not being agreeable today on this beautiful Monday. So yeah, just hanging out on that one. Got these alerts set up on it. And then my other move was AUD CAD. AUD CAD is not ugly at all either, but this thing is sitting in the same spot that it's been in all day. So it's like, man, I'm getting they give me the blues today, guys. So this was nice for me too, right? So this was nice because, right, you guys all know my cycle, right? We got this 5,200 cross here. So as always, you know, we are in level 2, right? 5,200 cross equals level 2 equals MW off the 200 EMA. right? As always. So when we see this, the next thing we're looking for is some type of W structure off this 200 EMA, right? So as soon as this crosses, you're looking at the 200, looking at 200, boom, this is the very first time we get some type of interaction over here, right? So we do got this nice W structure here, right? Nice off this. It runs up and it doesn't go anywhere. This 800 EMA is pretty much in a way giving it a little bit of resistance, kind of a hard time, but it does break out of it and it makes another funny W structure here, and then it closed above, right? Simultaneously, we had this RSI line, the market baseline cross above the static, which we know we're long. So the TDI and the chart actually agree with each other, right? So that's good. And then we had this nice candle here, right? That closed above everything. Once this candle closed above everything like this, this was a go. This trade was good for longs. So literally grabbed it. Actually, I think I grabbed a little bit down here. Let's see what the price was. The price on this is 85, right? So 88.85. 88.85 is right about right here. Okay, so yeah, I did grab it right here. Exactly right here, right? So from here, we just threw this on. Now the stop could go nicely right below this 50 EMA. And then of course my target was here, or is here, for this ADR high. So nice little one for $1.25. So I've seen all this. And yeah, this thing's just hanging out. I've been in this trade since this morning at 10. And it's been 3 hours now. So yeah, this is the third hour. So it's just hanging out. Yeah, tougher day for me today, guys, to say the least. This one isn't down, but it's not doing anything. It's just kind of sitting here. So we'll see what this one does. And then you guys already seen Euro AUD. That one is kind of just hanging out as well. So we'll see what's up with these two. Should I put an alert here? Yeah, I'll just put look at this. If it does come back to this 13 EMA, I'll make decisions on my own if I want to grab it again. So I'll just put look at this. Right. So that's those two. And then let's get on over to any questions on either one of those two pairs so far?
No. I was just going to say, just out of interest, I've just jumped in and bought a very small position of gold right here.
Let me show your screen.
Yeah, let me just quickly show. I've got I guess it's kind of a similar trade to the other two I've got, but a much smaller position. Kind of double bottom. We're kind of closing above the resistance area on the intraday chart. So yeah, we're literally, this is a 30-minute chart. So we've broken above the kind of the double bottom, the W, I guess, level. And we kind of, with last couple of closes on the 30-minute, we're settling above. So essentially what I've done is I've just bought a very small position. I've put a stop below 3,300, the figure. I think 32, just at 32.99, just below the round number, and into this support zone here, and looking to hold this one overnight for a bit more strength. Maybe to have a look at the highs. We'll see how we go. But yeah, essentially looking to see this thing push into the 3,400s really.
Yeah, it's not a bad time to buy some gold right about now. Especially with
I mean, I don't know if anything's going to happen. Yeah, I don't know if anything's going to happen this evening or anything, but this could be one of those ones where you come in and you see a big move in Asia. So yeah, just taking a very small position here with a relatively tight stop, I suppose. And let's see if we can get some follow through on that one. So back to you guys.
Nice. Yeah, definitely got to get those live trades in when we can. Hey, what's up, Robert? Robert's made it to the stream.
Hey, Robert.
Sweet. So yeah, I'll go over those last two really quick. Sweet. Okay, so jumping on over to GU, right? Yeah, GU I've been looking at for a bit here, but I was kind of saying it was like in this very interesting spot, really. Because as always, I'm not going to drop the whole thing, but that's that 5,200 cross. So, you know, we are looking for some type of structure off this 200 EMA, right? Which we have right over here. Now, this one was very interesting because, like I said, I actually needed to really touch the 200 EMA. And if you look at this, even though this was very close here, it kind of didn't really touch it. So it never really touched the 200 EMA at all for me. So for me, this was a total pass. And I was mentioning that, hey, if it just continues to go up, I'll just miss the move. It's actually not a move for me. It's not a setup. I don't have a setup that if there's a 5,200 cross and it doesn't touch the 200, what would it be? Like this is just nothing for me. It just happened to keep going. So glad you caught it, Howard.
Yeah,
I wasn't able to get in on this.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was the algo.
Right.
But
So, yeah,
but it's you, Howard. It's you who made the algo, so it's you.
All right. Yeah. So not much on GU for me at all, guys. This was just close, but no cigar for me. Right. Like obviously, I would have been looking for some type of W structure. Yeah, you can kind of see it here.
It's got to touch it for you, yeah? You want it to touch the average.
100%. It has to touch it. Because if not, it could just come down, slam down, and then actually touch it and then go. And I don't want to be in that position. I've been in it way too many times.
Yeah.
So when it does touch that, if it doesn't touch the 200 for me, and when it's in level 2, it's a pass. It's just no trade. It's a no trade. So yeah, absolutely nothing on GU for me. And then EU was super interesting too, because I just didn't like how this sat in this channel for so long. Like this sat in this little range for quite some time. So I wasn't really interested in this at all. Like just this range, it kind of just sat in for, well, it's not that long, but for 5 days, nearly a whole week, a whole trading week. Just really not into that either. I like for it to run up, pull, break pass, retest, and run. Not sit in this area for days. I don't. That doesn't really work out well for me. Now, if there was something, right, seeing that this candle did, if I was to name the fact that this candle, this last one, did break above all of this, this was a good sign, right? Like, because there's no candle throughout this entire time, really. This is the very first candle here that broke above all of this structure, right? So not a horrible trade at all, actually. The only thing is, where would your target be? Your target would have to be all the way up here.
Yeah. Yeah, you
right?
got some big resistance just ahead of that double top that had the retest, which didn't make a new high. That could be a good target.
Yeah, and naturally, just for me, I like to target the ADR high, like for the day, which is right here. This would be way too close, right? So this is nothing for me either. So swing pickings for me, guys, especially on a Monday. We'll see how this week goes. I know we got NFP on Friday, so really only tomorrow, 3 more days outside of today to really make something happen. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Nothing too major.
Okay, let me share my screen. So yes. Yeah, so this week is like there is a lot of news, a lot of data that we will have. So we have, let's check. We will start first by the calendar. So we have Trump, of course, always. Today we have Trump meets House Speaker at 8. So we have tomorrow. We have US jobs opening. We have the consumer confidence. So it's it's quite interesting. It will be quite volatile this week, but yeah, we have later on Friday we have the NFP, so it's NFP week.
Yeah,
for sure, like always, there will be a lot of opportunities. So let's start first by what happened last week and what I will be looking for on the NQ. So for me, like we're sitting between this supply here on the weekly and on this demand here. And I think that's, in my opinion, that we will stay between this supply and this demand until there will be let's say, until the sentiment will be clear. Until there will be no, let's say, no tariff war, no nothing. So when the sentiment will be clear, I think we will break this supply here and then go visit the all-time high. But for now, like we are between this supply here and this demand here. So last week we took this previous week, we closed bullish. We made the low of the week last week on Monday, so we could see this week similar, like we make the high of the week here, and then we will come back to test this 50% candle of the previous week. It is possible. So we could have similar price action that we got here. So we had this big push to the upside, touched the supply, came back to test, let's say, 50% of this candle. So we could have similar price action here.
Yeah. It looks quite constructive, I think, on the weekly. Looks quite constructive. The fact that it made a good last week was a very nice kind of retest, and then back up again, and a bullish outside week looks quite strong, huh?
Yeah, actually, if it's like I was not like watching news and I'm looking just at the price action, I will say that we will break this supply. So because like the way it's looking, like for me, like we took this previous week, close bullish, we test, and we did the same, took the previous week, close bullish. So yeah, but we are in a supply, and we broke the high of the last week, and now we are retracing, coming back lower. So it will be quite interesting to see, like, if we will react from this 50% and we will repeat the same price action we got here. So on the daily, it looks like similar, like nothing new. So here, like we took just by a little, like this high of like 19,385. We are still in a 4-hour supply zone. So this 4-hour supply zone is quite strong. Even though for me, if we will break even like the 20,000 like psychological level and also resistance, we will be still in this supply, this weekly supply. So the way it's standing right now, so we make a double top. We made a double top. So we are in a supply. We took this high right here, and we made a double top, and we made sort of double top here. We took this previous week, come back, close bearish, retest it, and now we are going down. So yeah, there is the 19,220. It will be quite interesting to take this low. I think we're gonna take this low. So actually, most of the time on NQ, when we have like a double top like this, like normally the first target, if you are trading the double top or the double bottom plus your confirmation, it should be this low first. So when we have a double top, the first target is this low. Now let's see if we will, let's say, continue the structure will shift and we will start to trend in lower. Some area of interest that I would be interested to trade from in the 1 hour will be this area right here. So in the 1 hour, it will be this area right here. In terms of the demands, to be honest, I'm like there is a clean range. If we break the 19,200, I think we're gonna go lower very, very, very strong. It's just my opinion, but I don't see something that can hold the price. It's so clean. If we will break this demand right here, that's everyone was selling on Friday. If you remember Friday, everyone was selling the markets around here. So if we break this strong support here and this demand right here, I think we're gonna go lower. We have a gap that we left last week. Actually, we didn't fill the gap completely. We have still like some left, so we could come back, visit here this area right here, fill this gap. It's open, and like if we are also like like if also we are following the context of the weekly and the daily, like we are in a supply, so at least we will get a rejection, and that's what we are getting right here. So in terms of the trades, I took actually three trades. I took 3 trades today. It's NFP week, that's why I traded Monday. I don't trade Monday except of the NFP weeks. So yeah,
you don't like Mondays.
No, Mondays are I don't like them. Like most of the time when I trade Monday, it's not NFP week. Like I let's say I lose quite a lot, and I try to come back on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then maybe Thursday, Friday, or Thursday I made a slightly profit for the week. So I try to avoid trading.
Yeah. Is it because you think the market is more choppy, or what do you think is it about Monday that doesn't work for you?
It's just like from my small experience of trading 6-7 years, like I think the price action, even the volume is not the same. Like it's like, I don't know how to say, maybe it's sort of feeling, but Mondays it's a little bit, the price is not acting the same way, and it's more choppy. So this is just, yeah, it's just
so typically
how
typically on Mondays, like the cycle that I trade, like the saying is, or like the rule of thumb is almost like Mondays and Fridays are what they call trap moves, right? Like they fake one way and then they go the other way. And they do that on Monday and Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is pretty much the run and the continuation. But Monday, it's coming out of that Sunday pretty much when the market was open. We opened for half the day. You might be a little excited, coming in, and that's what they do. Market makers, they in essence do a false move. They fake left and then go right, or they fake right and go left, and they do that on Monday and on Fridays.
Yeah, like you are right, and also, like as I said, like the price is not similar. The candle behaviors are not the same. But this is just my small opinion. So I faced some issues in terms of the recording, but like this trade, I took this trade based actually 1 or 2 minutes or less after the open. My stop loss was above. It was actually a risky one. As I explained before, like we are in a weekly, we're in the weekly supply, 4-hour supply. So for me, like we are going down. So I had like I was focusing just on more, let's say, to take sales than take buys. Where I had this supply right here, and I got my confirmation candle right here, and the volume also was looking good. Here I thought like I will get stopped out, and it's funny the way this trade will end. So I thought I'm gonna get stopped out, so we took this again, the high. We are still in a supply, and then we went lower, and guess what? I didn't close the trade. I was up quite a lot when the trade came back, because you cannot see this on the recording, like the recording stops. I added more, so the price came back to my entry. I will show it. So I was up like quite good amount for a Monday, but yeah, and here the recording finish. Let me show you where it was. It was here. Yeah. So Actually, I was up. Yeah, more than more than 80 points. I was up more than 80 points, and I was targeting the lows here at least. So you see this move that's happening right now. That's what I was aiming for, and I was aiming for this move because like we are in a weekly supply, 4-hour supply. For me, we are going down, and I was targeting at least those lows here. But guess what? We open up with this big candle here, and the thing is the not mistake, but I added another 5 contract right here. So I added another 5, and it stopped me out. And then when this happened, I checked the volume and I re-entered somewhere here. But I took like TP just on here on the low. And let me show.
Sneaky. They did one more leg, right? Like that was the intended move, but they ran one more team.
Yeah, and this is like it's good. Like you mentioned, this is a pattern. Like for me, it's really powerful pattern. Like I don't know if I will explain it well, but let me show you. So normally, if you can see this 5 minutes candle, we took this previous week, we closed bearish, okay? And what's happened here? We took again this candle right here and we closed bearish. For me, this is a really strong area of supply. Not just here, of course, sometimes we test just this area. And sometimes there is still some sell limit order above it that we didn't trigger yet. So that's why I took, after I saw this reversal here and this invitation of buyers, this is the biggest candle. And we talked about this pattern a lot. This is the biggest candle in all this trend. Like how many?
It's a huge candle.
How many traders they bought, let's say here on the retracements, maybe here, maybe try to buy here, and they got stopped out. So that's why I took a sell here. I didn't record it, but it was really nice sell. But I get out like somewhere here just to recover from the loss and gain just a little bit. So after I took one last, let me show it. So again, I was focused on sales. Today I was more focused on sell. As I said, on weekly, daily, we are in supply. So I took this last trade right here. So it was quite interesting. Like again, the same bias, this big push went down. We are in a demand. We fail here to break. I took a sell around here.
That's a perfect entry. That looked like a perfect entry right there.
Gosh.
When I took this trade, like when I closed this trade, I said, when I show Michael this trade, he will say this is a perfect entry.
Yeah, this is a perfect entry right here.
Yeah. It was really good entry. Like the retests at least of this 50% of this candle, plus we are in a supply, 15-minute supply, daily weekly supply, 4-hour supply. So I was more bearish. Of course, I didn't wait until my target, Sam number 2. but it's always good, like, to secure and start the week in a good tone, let's say. So just here I took somewhere here. I took somewhere here, here. I took here, and then I added more position here. You can see here 9, 8. So we added more. I said, okay, we are breaking this low. So I was really convinced that we would break this low right here. I added more here just to. So I want to put my stop here because I don't want again to lose the profit I made. So
right.
I try to manage it. You will see me like tickling a little bit with the stop, but just I don't want to give back the the profit I made. Here I was really convinced. So as you can see here on this candle, let me pause this. So here, like, the sign of reversal starts here. So We took this previous week, we closed bearish. The buyers still want to push, but we close inside those wicks. So here, the moment I saw, like, we took this again this previous week, the sellers are really pushing, even it's on the supports. Just based on the context, the overall context, I was more into sales, and I took profit here. When we came back here, I add more. So then here I thought like I will get stops out on 13 points, and then it will go so smooth. And you can see you can see here that's it. Yeah, it went really good. So the way I see things, like even like you see me drawing demand zones, like if I don't like what I am seeing on the footprint or on the volume, I will not take buys from this demand. And especially like even like the price action, when we watching the volume alone or the footprint alone, it's not enough. It's not enough. You have to like see the candles. You have to see like the context of the candles, the structure. So yeah, when I saw like this double top right here, and I saw, for me, I trade a lot the wicks. When I saw this big candle here, and I saw on the 5 minutes, I saw like this is like the biggest candle in all this trend right here. So for me, it's like sort of we're squeezing the buyers. So we squeeze all the buyers, or just maybe buyers are taking profit, or so they like it's just we are trapping let's say the buyers. So yeah, it was a good day to start the week. Of course, like we could expect a little bit volatile week, of course, not compared to previous weeks, but I feel like the market is slowly coming back to normal. We see like a trendy day when we have, let's say, red folder news on the like pre-market. Like I start to see like the market is start to, let's say, get back to normal. But everything is possible with Mr. Trump. Of course, we have. Of course, we have to look for like to be aware of the news. Now, like the news is just between, let's say, China at night. They are saying there is no discussion. So you see the NQ go down. The next morning, Trump may be saying we are making, maybe next week. I saw that maybe next week there will be some good news about tariff and deals, and then you see the NQ go up. So as I said earlier, like on the weekly, we will stay between those two levels here until everything will be clear, and then we will break higher. So that's it for NQ. Let's check the gold. Gold. Like in terms of structure, like we are bullish. Of course, we are currently in like retracements, and we form a sort of supports. We form a sort of support around the 3,292. Yeah, now like we are pushing up. Let's see. I think that we're gonna break in like the 3,382 at least, and then see the price, how the price will react to this area right here. But in general, like we are bullish. Let's check the 4 hour just to get an idea. Yeah, so double bottom here. We had double top here, came back. We failed to break here again, and now we're pushing up. So we have a supply area right here. We could see a rejection from this area between 3,353 and 3,384. If the momentum continue stronger, we for sure we will break this area right here. So there is this area here. This is last supply. In terms of intraday movement. By the way, you remember, like Michael, we talked. I drew this last time, and it was respected. I think the price was somewhere here, so we fail. Like gold, like a lot double top and double bottom.
Yeah.
So we fail here. Again, this is the first target. When we fail to break, let's say this high, the first target is here, the last low before the break. So this is the first target.
Yeah. So many traps on the chart on the gold, isn't it? So many traps they have on these intraday charts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
They are grabbing and activating pending orders, long and short, all over the place.
Yeah. Gold is tough to trade, actually. If you are trading gold, like, you have to trade swing, in my opinion. Again, I don't know Coach Michael and Howard, because before I was trying to scalp gold and maybe 10 points stop, like 3-4 years ago. But I think, like, the best way to trade gold, in my opinion, again, it's more of like swing. It's more of like, let's say, a big stop.
Yep. Because it moves so much. Like, literally, I don't really swing much at all. Like, again, unless a structure isn't broken, I'm still like caught in the middle. But mainly only Bitcoin, which y'all saw I did, and gold. That's really it. Because even when around the session changeover, right, where you get that they widen the spread, man, that thing get super wide. So you almost can't not swing it. When people say that they scalp gold, it's like, man, you're like a sniper for real. That's crazy that you can do that. I don't know. Yeah. I don't have the heart for it.
No, but seriously, respect to all profitable traders who are scalping gold. Like, they are just scalping gold. Like, respect, because like Coach Howard said, and you, Michael, like, there is a lot of trap, up, down. There is a lot of trap.
Yeah.
So in terms of gold, I have this area here, this supply right here. We could see at least a reaction from it. So if we will break this area, we have, let me see, we don't have nothing on the 1 hour. So we have something here. Let's see, 15 minutes. Nope, nothing. Yeah, so at least we're gonna, if we break here, at least those highs here at the 3,396. So yeah, so which markets we should look to? We should check. Like, let's check the dollar. Okay, Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin.
I forgot to go over that one.
Yeah. So Bitcoin actually it's on the last resistance / supply before breaking the all-time high. So for me, this is the last supply before breaking all-time high. If we break this supply right here, I think we're gonna repeat the same what we had here. Just take the highs again and then go lower. So I don't know if Jannie is still on this trade or not, but good job, Jannie. So
yeah, I had grabbed it too on like Tuesday or something. He was in a little better than me. I was in at 87,000. He was in at 82,000. And I didn't want to hold it over the weekend, so I closed it.
Oh yeah, I remember. Like, you took a buy on Bitcoin also. Yeah. How was the swap look like?
To be honest, I couldn't even really tell, because it only made like 1% off that. It's only like 250 on this account, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I didn't want to hold it over the weekend, because I'm scared to hold Bitcoin over the weekend. Next thing you know, that thing gapped all the way down, and you like, I knew I shouldn't have did that.
Oh yeah, it can do some strange moves, that one.
It can. Yeah. Now, for me, like, swinging, right? Like, I mean, the most I'll do is swing it for a few days, but absolutely guaranteed never. I'm not holding any trades over the weekend. I'm just not doing that. It's just too much. Because it's just too many times where that market open up on Sunday and that thing is way against you, and you like, I can't stand that feeling.
Yeah. So in terms of, let's say, intraday levels on gold, so we have this demand right here, 92,720. It's quite interesting, but for sure, again, we are in a supply. Buyers are trying to push, as you can see here, this candle right here. We took this previous candle, we closed bullish, and I don't know if I will consider this a continuation or close inside this resistance. So we took this previous low, come back, close bullish, retest the wick, but it's quite tough to call this one. I think we close inside this wick here, so it's a little bit weak. In terms of the buyers, but breakout, it's not that clear. Yeah, the breakout. So currently we are between, let's say, this resistance, like the 90k, and let's say the 92k. So if we break this low right here, let's see if we have some intraday area of interest. For continuation higher, I think we have this area right here. The 89 200, 88 500. So that's it for me for BTC. Again, just to summarize, we are in a supply. If you want to buy, it's better at least, like, in my opinion, like here from this 92,000, 91,000, or here, this is the right place at least to buy, but not from here. So this is
it's gone a bit choppy last few sessions, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite choppy, but like from the price action, like we are pushing, so the buyers are pushing. Maybe we will struggle a little bit here because it's a resistance. Maybe give us a pullback and then continuation higher, which is possible.
Quite an aggressive move. Yeah, quite an aggressive rally before the sideways, wasn't it? It was really strong demand. Yeah, really strong demand, that run up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So in terms of the dollar, so dollar is melting. So that's one. You can see that the dollar is melting. So the moment we broke this area here, this 103.500 and this 105.400, the moment we had this reversal pattern here, so the dollar is melting. As I said last time, there is this demand here, which we could see like the price rest a little bit. Otherwise, that's it.
Yeah.
Dollar
I think
downtrend.
You said it was a few more things that you could show, Howard.
Actually, while we're on the subject of the dollar, I guess it's probably just to show my long-term dollar index thing again.
Nice.
Just for the.
I will just close the window. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Okay. So what I've got, this is obviously the long-term chart of dollar index, and it's an Elliott wave, completed Elliott wave corrective bounce from the 2008 low to the 2022 high. So if you're into Elliott wave, it basically breaks down as a double zigzag, which is A, B, C, followed by a correction of it, which is labeled X, then another A, B, C to finish it, A, B, and C. So A, B, C, X, A, B, C, and that completed the corrective wave up from the 2000. No worries. Yeah, just saying that from 2008 to 2022, we have a complete bear market rally in Elliott wave terms. It breaks down A, B, C, X wave correction, A, B, C. So that's the end of that. And the longer term trend is still down. And if you go way back to like when the dollar was free floated, early 1970s, these are just bear market rallies, and we get pretty big ones as well. You know, from 92 to 2000, really powerful bear, but that was a bear market rally, and it got completely reversed. And I think we just did a similar kind of thing here from 2008 to 2022. So that's a major high for me. And then we have broken down in the first wave down. Here, there's the first wave down, and then I guess the dead giveaway, the fact that we've turned from a bull market to a bear market, is the fact that this rally was in 3 waves, A, B, and C. And if you're into Elliott wave, 3 waves, that's really what you're looking for. You're looking for 3 waves against the trend. And once a 3-wave move, an ABC move is finished, then that's when you should get quite aggressive and look for the trend to resume. And that's essentially what's happened over the last few months, where we've had the ABC correction of this first leg down, and now we started to accelerate. Look at the size of these monthly ranges. So my long-term plan, forecast, expectation is that we will take out this 2008 low over the very long term, but obviously we make money from day to day, so we're not going to be selling here and holding it all the way through. But that's what I think we're going to be doing. And the euro dollar chart that we looked at before is kind of this thing, but flipped upside down, where we've just literally started the early stages of a long-term bull market for euro against the dollar. So I think we're in a major downtrend for the US dollar. Let's stop that. And let's go back to the other. 1 second.
Yeah, I think until now we lost 10% past few weeks.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. Yeah, I mean, so just back to that euro dollar chart again, just to kind of, while we got the picture still kind of clear in the now. So the 2022 low was the major low for euro dollar and the start of a long-term bull market for me. And there's the first wave up there, and this is the second wave correction of it, A, B, and C. So 1 and 2, and this is the early stages of wave 3. And wave 3 usually is the longest and the strongest of the waves in Elliott wave theory. So I think we literally just begun. Basically, we just started. You know, a major move to the upside for euro dollar, which is why I'm not surprised that these corrections are very shallow. If you look at these corrections over the last number of weeks, the corrections have been very, very small compared to normal. So let's just get rid of that. So yeah, so it would not surprise me if last week's low on this weekly candle was the end of another one of these tiny corrections, because I think we're going much higher on euro dollar. So that's that. Yeah, while we're talking about gold, let's just have a quick look at gold. And everybody knows on gold, major bull trend. Last week we had that quite long upper shadow, and then kind of a relatively small real body. Again, as with the other ones, I was expecting a bit more weakness over the next few sessions, but I think what's happened on the daily has kind of killed that off for me.
I can see that.
In that we've kind of based ahead. I was looking through the support zone down here, but we're seeing these big long lower shadows on the daily candles here. So there is good demand coming in as the market tries to go down here. And today this looks to be quite a nice reversal. So I'd like to see this thing kind of start to break through these highs, and then away we go. So yeah, as with euro dollar and sterling dollar, the correction I was looking for, I don't think it's really happened. I think, you know, the demand is so strong that we've probably made the low already on gold.
Yeah, like Coach Howard, like you think like what's happening currently now on Spain and Portugal, like they lost electricity and everything, like all the country. I don't know if you saw it. Like it could impact
I know that's
the euro.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question. I think there are bigger things going on. You know, with the States. You know, I think it's all about the dollar, really. Yeah, I think the biggest driver is what's going to happen to the US economy and what Trump does, really. I mean, when you think we've had the bad, I guess you could call it bad news for the euro, and yet the euro is still quite. Usually, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, in my opinion. You know, if you throw some bad news at the market and the market doesn't go down or stay down, then that usually tells you something else is going on, I think. So for me, it's really all about the US dollar and the fact that we've got this mega downtrend in the US dollar, and maybe that was the end of the corrective pullback on euro dollar down here. Pullback from the high, bounce, retest, bounce sideways, and now we're breaking resistance and settling above resistance as well. So this could be. It's quite nice to see this thing. We had that rejection on the intraday there after that break. That was the opportunity for me for this market to break down. But no, it didn't. You know, I think the demand is just too strong. So after the, you know, this is quite a big on the 30-minute chart. That's quite a big shadow, I think. And normally you might have expected some kind of, you know, bigger pullback after that, but you know, the underlying demand for euro dollar, I think, is still very, very strong. So yeah, so I don't think the euro side of the equation is really affecting the euro dollar at this moment. Let's go back to our friend gold. So yeah, I think long, not too far from where we are now, just on this kind of double bottom breakout settlement above, and looking for the thing to start to head a bit higher going into tomorrow. Other markets, I like. I've always liked to keep an eyeball on crude, because I think crude has got this big, really good setup on it. Weekly chart, we had the breakdown from that descending triangle on West Texas crude oil. So big closing break below the support line on this one, and then snap back and retest. And last week we had that kind of push higher, but you know, small upper shadow on the weekly candlestick there. And it looks like this week we're starting to head a bit lower. So I'm thinking this one could be a good short if we're not looking at you know, something away from the currency markets, away from gold and Bitcoin, something a bit different, a major market which is doing something a bit different. So this could be something. This is the retest of the broken support here, then bearish outside day, boom, and then a kind of attempt at breaking higher, but small ranges, no demand, and today we start to break down. So this could be a good short position, I think, looking for and you know, a continuation of this bear market, I think. And any thoughts on crude oil, guys?
Yeah, crude is definitely in this. It's always something with it. Like, I mean, obviously right now it do look like it's just now hitting that resistance to go short again. But yeah, super interesting to say the least.
Yeah, same for me also. Like we hit a interesting resistance. I think like we're gonna hit like in the upcoming weeks like the 52 level. So
yeah, I think you're right. I think that's where it's headed. You know, in the absence of all of this, I mean, initially it was going down with the stock market, and then it kind of recovered a bit with the stock market. But I think crude oil's got its own thing going on.
It does.
You know, the fact.
It does.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it was stuck above that line, and there must be so many people that are long on above that line, 60 on the wrong side of this market, and this is kind of the opportunity for them to get out. And I think if they don't take it, then they'll regret it, and then the market they'll be chasing it down. So that for me is quite an interesting market, which is kind of not in the usual sphere of things that I look at. What else? Aussie and CAD, I guess, going back to the dollar. Dollar Canada. I think major top on dollar. I just lost my chart for a second there.
Amy, remember we was talking about that CAD, if that looked like that double top.
Yeah, take
it hit it.
Yeah,
it hit it like 3-4 times. So let me
yeah,
I'll show it real quick. This is what I was meaning when I say you can't take this. Oops. Oh, here we go. Because I remember looking at this and saying I grabbed this trade going long here, right? And then when they came around, it was like, well, it looks like it could be a double top. And look at this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. Like, at what point were you gonna be right on this? Like, this is why this is not a good idea to try to take this exact trade out of this zone. Like, this is the exact worst time to try to take this trade long. With that being said, right? So draw this pattern as always. Right? Because it looks like once you get here, like say for example, once you get, all right, you'll do it. It'll look like this. You'll have this W bottom, right? Then once you get to this point right here, right, it almost looks like this is about to be a double top. So you take this short and then you get smashed.
Yeah.
And it goes against you, and that area, that support is now resistance in essence, right? That's why I always say you can't. For one, you can't take that. That's the exact wrong time to counter trend trade this, because it's kind of hard to tell when the cycle is just now starting to go the other way, right? It's only these two. You can only grab these two for the longs. If you try to short this one right here, you're about to get hit. And just this is that exact scenario. This thing went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, basically. Even if you try to short this, let's say if you try to short it here and it didn't go, you shorted it here and it didn't go, you wouldn't have tried to short this again on the third one around. Like, you would have just been like, all right, I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? You just let it go.
You will lose hope. Yeah, 3 times is yeah. It's true,
yeah. That's it. And this is literally it looked like it don't even want to go that route still. Like, even right now, it's really not wanting to do that, right? That's why, once again, this thing, when it's so low like this, and you got that 1350 cross right here, the move is long automatically. You want to get this first bounce and get it and go, right? And this is also not a great one either, because, to be honest, the 200 EMA is pretty close. You want it to be somewhere up here, right? Like, give it some more room to do its thing. Not so close when it's caught in between these two EMAs like this. You got all of this space over here. If you look to the left, all of this is a lot of space. Then you get over here and it's like this little bit of space. It's like you're trying to sneak in something. It's just not right. This thing will mess around and and turn around, break out this way, come out, and then go, right? And you want to be looking for something like this. If anything, some type of W's like that. So you want to take this move here. But yeah, USD CAD, they did some sneaky stuff on this one last week.
Yeah.
Like real sneaky. Remember, I this ended up taking me out at break even though I took some partials on it. It ended up taking me out.
Yeah, it does some strange dollar Canada. It does some strange moves compared to, say, euro dollar and sterling dollar. It's really, it does its own thing, often you'll get it move with the dollar against the other markets, but it just it's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to do my own thing. It's got its own agenda.
Like, yeah, you cannot even deal with this, not at all. So that's that. Looks like this this EA trade is trying to come back around the other way now, finally. Yeah, it's trying, right? This thing is slowly coming on back down, because I was down a decent amount. It's only down $38 now. So kind of hanging out still.
Yeah.
I don't know what
that's
specifically.
It's gravity, that is. That's gravity. That'll come. Don't worry.
Like, right, this thing will end up being huge, right? And I'm telling you, if this price closes below this level right here, this is gonna be whoops, I don't know why I didn't do it. It'll be another position, right? Let this close below this. I'm gonna take this again, and I'm gonna put my second position. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Now, granted, the second position won't be as nice, right? Because the R to R won't be the same, but it'll still be a nice 1-for-1 on the second position, right? It'll still look good. The point is, my bias, that's why I said I can't let it go just yet, because my bias is definitely short on this, and they're just holding this setup right now. That's the only thing that's really happening.
Yeah. What's driving this one at the moment? Is it the euro or the Aussie? I don't know what's the driver.
I have no idea. I don't know which
one's doing the action on this.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. They both like kind of doing its own little thing here, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, going back to this AUD CAD setup, same thing. This one's just hanging out. Both of my trades are just on turtle time today. They just chilling. They're not doing anything.
I think there will be more action. Yeah, there will be more action later this week, especially on Wednesday, Thursday. There will be more action. So
a little bit quiet stuff for a couple of days, and Well, what about because if gold ramps higher, does that help the Aussie? Sometimes it does. In the past, I don't know whether that helps.
I'm not sure about that correlation.
Yeah,
I'm really not
sure. I think gold is headed high. I think gold is.
Oh, actually, you know what? This not a bad trade at all.
It's kind of holding.
Right? So check this out. Funny enough. Yeah, this is actually not a bad setup at all. We got this 5,200 cross as always, and then we got this nice W structure off this 200 EMA. This just closed back above. We can check out the 4-hour chart.
Interesting.
See what it looks like. Oh, this isn't bad at all, actually. Yeah, let's see what this will be on the 1 hour real quick. This might be a possible setup here. Let's see. If we was to grab this here, see, that's the only thing. This is a little close, but let's check it out anyway. And let's move this up here. Oh, nice, even easy 2-for-1. This ain't bad at all, actually. It's not gorgeous by any stretch of imagination. It's not gorgeous, but this is right there on point.
Nice. I hope you get a good opportunity there. So
yeah, let me see. I'll See what happens.
Seems to be a little bit of strength, late strength coming in actually now. It's just starting to move a little bit higher.
Actually, yeah, the momentum is volatility increased a little bit. Yeah.
That's because they're watching our stream here, you know.
Exactly. Exactly.
The word's getting out.
Yeah. Oh, this isn't bad at all, actually. You know what? I'll go ahead and grab this. This isn't bad at all.
Could be good. Could be
Yeah.
good.
Let me see where we at. Gold. All right, if my stop loss is at, I'll just put a quarter on this, but my stop loss at 32.65. So I'll just put this on here, put this order on 32.65. All right, I'll just put a nice quarter. Whoa, that went pretty big. Dang. All right, we'll do it this way. Put a little bit more than a quarter on it. All right, so I got my stop on there, executed on gold, and then this is very ambitious, but let's see if it takes it out again. 3,500, yes sir.
You never know. In a bull market, yeah, swing highs get taken out.
3,500. Okay, boom, we in gold, y'all. That don't look bad at all.
Nice.
Sweet. I didn't think I was getting a trade in today, to be honest. I mean, in the session, that is. This is nice, though. Yeah, I like this. I actually like this setup. This is actually a good level to be in. Because, again, as always, this 5200 cross back here, I would be looking for that M pattern or W pattern off the 200. We got the market baseline going below the static. We got the reload. This actually has everything it needs, to be totally honest.
Looks good.
This has everything it needs to go. We even got the 4-hour confirmation. Price is above. If you look, this candle price is above the 13 EMA on this. This is good. This is a good setup.
As I like to say, it's gone from overbought to underbought.
Yeah.
Yeah. We like markets that are underbought.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
And it's actually pushing. Like
sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's moving. It's moving. I think
yeah.
This kind of on the short. Yeah, I think that kind of on the half an hour, on the 30-minute chart, it just broke the resistance. It settled there for a couple of bars, and then now people are thinking, hang on a minute, it's not going down. So the people that were short, I think, they're starting to cover their positions, thinking, get me out of this one.
Right. Oh, this is nice. Even if you just look at this once again, this nice little W pattern here. This is the next part of the cycle for sure. Sweet. I'm glad you even brought that up. And I looked at it on my chart. I saw it on yours, but I didn't see it on mine.
No, all good. What else we got? So we've done the stock market. Bitcoin we've done. Yeah.
There is maybe example.
Yeah, on my side, I'm kind of done on my side.
Yeah, that'll be it for me. It's time now anyway. What's about? I didn't even notice. Well, sweet. Hey, thanks for that, Jannie, Richard, and Ho, NASDAQ run from the front of this moment. Right, we're on with Amen. I'm watching for that continuation to the downside, like March-ish 2022. Yeah.
It's like the start of the week, so there will be plenty of opportunity. If you are watching, trade safe.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
So have a great week, everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely. You guys, be careful. This is non-farm payroll Friday. Don't do nothing stupid. Just manage your risk properly, and we'll make it happen. I'll catch you guys on the next one.
Take care, guys.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Take it easy.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.